In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us on a Wheels Off Wednesday. That's right. Chip and Zay holding it down in the midday right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. Helps us grow. And give your love and business to these incredible sponsors around our faces. Audiovisual Consultations, Sleep Cycle Center, Covert Bee Cave, Altstadt Brewery, Leaf Landscape and Supply, Cover 3, OLIPOP, baby. Healthy soda. I love it. I love the cream soda. That's mine. McCall Custom Homes, Woods Comfort Systems, 34 Wine and Spirits, Centex Tickets. Zay, how you doing, my man?
What's up, man? Not too shabby. Championship day. You know what I'm saying? On this lovely hump day. Texas women's softball got a chance to change everything, change the program.
Game one.
Game one, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Man, I'm all kinds of excited. Like you said, championship. I mean, when you're playing for championships, you get pulled in. Suddenly, people who never, ever cared about softball in their lives are like, tell me more. Tell me more about Tegan Kavan and her precious 97-year-old grandmother, who's now watching from the best seat in the house, as Tegan Kavan said.
Have you seen Angels in the Outfield? Remember that movie? McConaughey, yeah. Danny Glover, a young
Danny Glover,
Levitt,
Tony Danza.
Yeah, Tony Danza. Solid cast, man. Really solid cast. And yeah, that might be what Tia Gavan's going through. Power of her granny. God bless her soul. Like you said, best seat in the house, man. And Tia Gavan, some of the best showings of mental toughness that you're going to see, because I was very close with my granny. If I was in that type of situation, your boy would have been shook, real shook. So for her to go out there and perform like she did, and her teammates to have her back, and to see Jolie Mitchell tearing up in the press conference and stuff, this team's got something special cooking, man. They got something special cooking. And I know we've been talking about it all week, but they deserve to be talked about all week. For them to get curb stomped against those Texas A&M Aggies in the SEC tournament, it was looking like, okay, I don't know how this team is going to even get to Oklahoma.
Yeah. You're wondering, how on earth is this going to work out? Because, earlier in the year, the bottom half of the Texas lineup was not hitting as well. And the top half was getting it done. The top half, obviously, Ashton Maloney, Reese Atwood, Caden Henry, Mia Scott, they were getting it done on the regular. Now, you got Reese Atwood still looking for her first hit in the College World Series, Women's College World Series. She's over 12, dating back to the Super Regional against Clemson. And Reese Atwood, first team All-American. I mean, Reese Atwood she leads the nation in RBI. She's got 20 home runs, first Texas player ever to have back-to-back 20 home run seasons. Reese Atwood is a boss. And the fact that Texas is 3-0 in the Women's College World Series without her stick tells you that this team has the ability to pick each other up. Now, Reese Atwood has done well against Najerrie Kennedy. Najerrie Kennedy, the $1 million woman at Texas Tech. She's transformed the program. She not only pitches, she hits. She leads her team in home runs.
Get the hell out of here. No, she don't.
Check it. If
Her
I'm lying,
agent I'd have Cody Campbell on speed dial. Speed dial. Quick. You kidding me? She leads the team in home runs too. Yeah, that might be 750,000. I was talking about $500,000. That was being nice. I didn't know homegirl leading the team in homers. That's an extra. Yeah.
She's got 11 home runs.
Stop playing.
Lauren Allred has 9, and Alana Johnson has 9. Najerrie Kennedy, 11 home runs.
Roy's right. Najerrie Otani. That's incredible.
Yeah. I mean, she does it all.
Yeah, I'm calling Cody Campbell up. I'm going to Cody Campbell's house if I'm Najerrie Kennedy's agent. Like, I'm showing up at his doorstep, which is probably gated community, but it's gonna be known. Hey, this girl, do you see what she's doing? Do you see where these Lady Red Raiders are? This is uncharted territory for Texas Tech. Like, you called out those numbers last year, Texas last season in the Big 12.
23-0 in one game.
Come on.
5 innings. All of them ended in 5 innings.
You know what I'm saying? We going home early. Still light out.
Oh, yeah.
Now
13-3, 23-0, 14-4, and 13-4. Those were Texas's scores against Texas Tech last year. All in 5 innings. All run rule wins.
She need another mill. Y'all can find some oil, all them investments that Cody Campbell has made, and give that girl her money. Because, wow, that is so impressive. Yeah. She scares me. She strikes fear in you.
And they've got the revenge factor. They've been getting it handed to them. They're 0-2 against Texas this year. Najerrie Kennedy pitched against Tegan Cavan. It was epic. Like, I hope we get a performance like that, where Tegan Cavan had a career best 18 strikeouts. Najerrie Kennedy had 11 strikeouts. 11 is a great day. And Texas won 2-1. Now, when Kennedy did not pitch and they threw their freshman, Samantha Lincoln, Texas beat the crap out of them 9-0. So that was in the Bevo Classic back in February.
It's a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. But they've got the revenge, and Najerrie is 1-3 against Texas, 0-3 when facing Cavan. So these two bring the best out in each other. I hope we get an epic game. I hope we're not, Mike White has not done well in game ones of super regionals or the women's college World Series. 0-9.
0-9. Damn, Mike.
So Texas needs to establish. I mean, if Cavan's pitching, they have to win. Because Kennedy's going to pitch all 3 games if necessary. She's thrown every pitch of the College World Series.
Yeah, somebody need to drug test her too. That's a lot of innings. That's a lot. Come on now, what she got going on?
I mean, maybe she just has like unbelievable athletic skills.
Maybe, but
Zay's
you're speaking like a journalist, man. You're speaking like a journalist talking about you hope you get another classic like that first match between Cavan and Kennedy. I don't. I need her touched up. I need her to get lit up today to where coach in set game 2 is debating, do we even throw her back there on the hump? You know what I'm saying? Ashley Maloney, Henry, Mia Scott, that big 4, Reese Atwood, which Reese Atwood's not batting in 400 no more due to her recent struggles, but still, They go off at any time. My girl Katie Stewart's got that mojo back. She's gotten that swag back.
Oh, yeah.
She plays in left field. That's huge. That's huge because she was really struggling when they had her at that 6th spot. And now she's back in the outfield. She's looking good. She's looking confident. Jolie Mitchell's been good. You can't sleep on Leanne Good's bat. Just 8 and 9. That's where I'm like, we could get something out of 8 and 9. You know, that'd be huge, but
need it.
Kevin, you take that
because they've been getting by on a diet of Jolie Mitchell and Katie Stewart with a little Leanne Good thrown in. But if you
I love Leanne Good, man. She's one of my favorite players on this team.
Yeah,
she wasn't even supposed to play. She wasn't even supposed to start. Viviana Martinez, when she went down with the ACL, that's when Leanne Good had to play. And she's delivered. She's gotten better each and every week, each and every series, more and more comfortable. And Mike White, I can't say it enough, making that move, putting her at shortstop.
Huge.
That outfield. Oh, couldn't have been bigger. Katie Bennett at second base changed the whole season. So
huge.
Now Tegan Kavan, she got that swagger. Mac Morgan, hella performance that she put on the other day. Oh yeah, I like their chances. Najerrie Kennedy scares the hell out of me, but I still like their chances. If you could get 3 runs on Najerrie Kennedy, I think they'd be all right. 2, you're pushing it, but I also think they'd be all right. But
yeah.
But that's scary. The pressure isn't necessarily on Tech. You know?
Right. This team has never hosted a regional. They've never been to a super regional. They've never been to the Women's College World Series. They finished 8th in the Big 12 last year. They were 8-16. Texas beat them by 100 every time they played them. Now, I mean, you got this. They're riding a magic carpet ride too. They hadn't lost in Oklahoma City. They're riding Kennedy's arm. They're getting plucky plays from Lauren Allred, their stud first base woman. She had the clutch play to beat OU.
Yeah, she batting 368. That's pretty good.
Yeah, she's good.
Pretty good.
Is the moment going to be too big for the Red Raiders? Can Texas put that pressure on them early? Because that's the key.
Yeah.
The reason Tegan Kavan was messed up in that first super regional game against Clemson is because the defense was terrible. Katie Stewart had an early error. Katie Bennett let a ball get over her head in left field. It led to 2 runs scoring. And Kavan was like, her energy was terrible because she said later, I would turn around and I saw worried faces on my team, my defense. And she said, I need confidence coming off those faces. And that's when Leanne Good started talking to her after every pitch. You see Leanne Good head over to the mound and Kavan's like, and they're playing well. I mean, Mia Scott had an error in the Clemson first game against Clemson. She overthrew first base. She never does that. It was crazy. And since then, Mike White made all the position changes. Leanne Good to short. Katie Stewart back in left. Katie Bennett at second base. It saved the season because they've been playing better defense, and Kavan is confident again.
Yeah. Has he talked about what made him make that decision? Like, obviously, he sees these girls every day in practice and whatnot, but that's a bold move to make. Like, this time of the year, you need 2 wins to send your team to Oklahoma City. And a lot of coaches would say, all right, we just had a bad day. Let's go with the same crew. Let's go with the same roster, lineups, etc. Mike White, like, it was a lot of changes there. It wasn't just Leanne Good. Like, a lot of people moved spots. And then for it to work, Leanne Good's been money at shortstop.
Yeah.
Like, she has such a quick release getting the ball out of her glove. She's athletic, man. Like, she's been really impressive.
Yeah.
So that's why you recruit that way. Like, I'm sure when they go into the recruiting process, they try to go and find girls as versatile as possible that play year round, that, okay, you might be a pitcher for your select team, but we already got pitchers. Can you do other things? And they got to show that ability. If it's worth picking them up and offering them that scholarship, then go ahead. But you could tell that's the way this coaching staff goes into that recruiting process. They want versatile players that you can move around depending on the situation, that can go out and still produce, and you don't have any let-ups.
Yeah. I mean, Caden Henry is so important to tonight. I mean, she's the speed on the base paths. She bats number 2. She had the home run against OU. It's huge. She's a track star. Like, she's like a state champion in the 100.
Yeah.
I mean, she's legit. She ran an 11,700 meters.
Damn.
In a 24.3 200.
Wow.
Like, she could have run track at Texas. She's that fast. So they got to have her. They got to have her. Like, when she's on, Texas is A-okay. I mean, and literally when she gets on base, where she causes havoc, and man.
Yeah, because he knows that she's so fast. If she gets on first base as a pitcher, you're worried about that.
Yeah.
That's in the back of your mind. Yeah, she gonna swipe that bag, baby. So that's in the back of your mind. It's hard to hit your spots as a pitcher when you're worried about that speed on the bags. And she's good. Like, it was a cool moment seeing her mom. You know, they showed her in the stands after that home run against OU. I want to say, is that who she had the home run against?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sam Landry, OU. And they showed her mom in the stands, and her mom was balling. Like, but her mom, she looked like she didn't play. Her mom looked like, this is why Caden Henry is who she is, because mom raised her to be a tough one. And yeah, it was a sweet moment. But yeah, I agree with you, Chip. I think she could really set the tone for this Texas offense like she's done majority of the year.
Because, like, against OU, when they got swept, Caden Henry was 1 for 10 and 0 for 3 in games 2 and 3. Like, 0 and 3 in game 2 and 0 and 3 in game 3. She was 1 for 4 in game 1. They got swept by OU. And then she totally started picking it up. And then first game of the Super Regional, she's 3 for 4. And then she struggled against Clemson in game 3. She struggled against Florida. She went 0 for 8 in those 2 games, but then 2 for 2 with the home run against OU. And then she was 1 for 3 against Tennessee and was putting pressure on Carlin Pickens. But man, Jolie Mitchell right now is your MVP. Jolie Mitchell right now is your MVP because she hit that home run off of Carlin Pickens. And that was like, okay, we got the one run.
Yeah.
That's all we need. Because remember, Tennessee beat Texas 2 of 3 in Austin. But Jolie Mitchell said, and Katie Stewart hit the homer off of Carlin Pickens. But Jolie Mitchell scored the second run because
The error.
Caden Hunter drew a throwing error by third base with her speed. And Jolie Mitchell, who got on, with a walk, ended up scoring in that game. But Jolie Mitchell had the 2 home runs. Katie Stewart had a home run to beat Florida. Telling you what, Katie Stewart might be in that argument. And Katie Stewart, as we mentioned, was doing nothing at the plate until she went back to left field.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That changed everything. Like, she's got some serious power. Now, CB, I saw this because I saw Mike White talking about it, how he coached the Tech coach's daughter who passed away. That's sad. What's the coach's name for Tech?
Jerry Glasgow.
Yeah, Glasgow. I guess his daughter passed away not too long ago. And I think she went to Oregon. And I think she was coached by Mike White, because I want to say I ran into one of his press conferences where he was talking about her and how good of a person she was. But wow, small world.
Yeah, so Jerry Glasgow's daughter, Jerry Ann, was killed in a car crash in 2019 at the age of 24. And I cannot imagine.
Yeah.
No parent should outlive a child. And she played for Mike White at Oregon and helped lead the Ducks to the 2015 Women's College World Series. So there's a connection on both sides there.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Mike White called Jerry Ann Glasgow a special person. I mean, that is an amazing connection between these two coaches, because that was a gut-wrenching situation for both of them. I mean, obviously for Jerry Glasgow, it's his daughter. But yeah, I mean, there's so many storylines to this championship series. And I'm telling you what, I hope Texas is ready, because A&M was using their super regional loss to Texas the year before as fuel. And of course, the motto for this Texas softball team is fuel the fire, because of getting to the championship series last year and losing, and use that to fuel the fire and keep using things to fuel the fire, whatever. Well, Texas Tech, are they just going to be happy to be in the championship series? Or are they now at a point where they believe? Because they're playing with house money. No one. Texas Tech's a 12 seed. 12 seed. And they're getting it done. That's going to be wild.
Yeah, wow, indeed. Very impressive. I mean, it's incredible storylines here. I can't really get enough of just the storylines, both teams being in Texas, the rivalry. I got to say it in air quotes because Tech thinks it's more of a rivalry than Texas fans do. But it's still something. Like, Texas fans don't like.
Tech fans are looking at this as their holy war. Like, national championships have been so hard to come by in Lubbock in any sport. And with Cody Campbell helping, the way that Boone Pickens was helping Oklahoma State back in the day, Cody Campbell helped pay for that new $250 million indoor football practice. So, I mean, Tech's got some great facilities. And they're looking at this as their holy war on Texas. Like Joey McGuire saying Big 12 is going to go through Lubbock, that was dumb. That was dumb.
I thought it was cool. I thought it was a fun time.
I mean, it was cool. I think he believed it, but
yeah, you got to.
Texas played that game without Quinn Ewers. But anyway, then Texas beat the crap out of them the next year in Austin. That's when Arch Manning got the largest ovation ever for a backup quarterback. But this is it. I mean, for Tech fans, they are rallying around this softball team like, you know, a Super Bowl team. So it's going to be, and this is what it's all about, man. This is what you work for. It's what you train for. And for Texas, having been there this is their third time in 4 years, and they got housed both times before by OU. They should be starving. They should be, should be amped out of their minds for this.
And you hope they can rely on that. You hope they can rely on the fact that they've been here before, even though they haven't came out on the winner's side. They've been at this stage. They know what to expect. So a lot of those, there's going to be nerves and stuff, but there should be a lot more nerves on the Red Raiders side just because there's a lot of firsts for these ladies. Or a lot of these players on Texas side, this ain't no first. They've been to this stage before. So hopefully they could use that to calm them down and know what to expect so they could overcome. And I think they can. Again, I'm feeling really good about tonight. Like Kennedy, like I've said and will continue to say, scares the dog crap out of me. But these ladies, something special's going on, Chip.
For both sides.
For both sides, yeah, that's also scary. Both sides, something special's going on. So something's got to give, clearly.
And think about, Jerry Glasgow, because he was at Louisiana last year, did a great job, had Sam Landry, the pitcher who's now at OU. And it was crazy that he had to play her to get to the championship series. He said before the game, I wish I was playing anyone but Sam Landry because, I love her. She's great. And sure enough, they beat Sam Landry and, he's hugging on her and now he's going up against the guy who coached his daughter at Oregon. And Mike White's been in the Women's College World Series, 5 times?
Quite a few.
And Glasgow's making his first trip. So, I think Texas fans are like, really? We're not playing OU in the championship series, but we're playing Texas Tech? And you just got to stay focused. You got to stay hungry. You got to be the hunter. Take a page out of Kirby Smart's book. You got to be the hunter in situations like this.
Take a page out of Kirby's book, huh? So you let the girls drive crazy all around Oklahoma and drive
hey.
over the speed limit? Is that what you're talking about?
What you mean? Talking about Kirby Smart's quote before he destroyed TCU.
My bad. I just, I think of Kirby in different ways. You know what I'm saying? He's a good coach and all. Just, program's a little crazy. Y'all love some Sam Landry. Y'all were going googly eyed over her yesterday. Is she really that fine? Like, I didn't think nothing of it. I'm like, yeah, she looks good. She's a pretty girl, but I don't know. My
I think it's the
homegirl told me
glasses.
that too.
I think it's the glasses.
I think it's the glasses. Like she has that like nerd vibe about her.
Well, those are kind of Coke bottle glasses. Like she needs them.
Yeah. She blind.
They're not for style. They're not for
Blind.
protection. They're because,
Homegirl is blind.
yeah, they're prescription.
Yeah.
So,
She look good.
but she makes it work. She makes it work. You know?
Oh.
CB says, yes, she's fine as hell.
Like, I just maybe I'll be able to see it when she's out of college, like she is now. Maybe because when they're in college, it's just too weird for me to say something. You know, WNBA, I'm all about it. Angel Reese, love. Sophia Cunningham, love it. You know, I get that. When they're in college, I'll slow my roll a little bit.
Oh, my bad. This is Mike White's 8th trip to the Women's College World Series.
And he's never won it?
No, sir.
Damn, Mike.
He took the Ducks to the Women's College World Series in 12, 14, 15, 17, and 18. So
over that hump, bro. That monkey is latched onto your back.
You turning on Mike now?
I'm not turning on Mike. I'm just saying, like, you gotta get that monkey off the back. It's time. You know, the whole Patty Gasso thing, I get it. It's tough. You know, especially with the way Patty looks at Mike White. Like, that's probably difficult too, because clearly Patty Gasso doesn't respect Mike White and the Texas program. Now, this is college sports. Rivalries are as thick as it could get. Texas OU, as thick as it could get. So part of me is like, oh, that's Patty. But also, she's had his number. So now she ain't even here. You already went through her. You already beat her. So now, you got one monkey off your back. Now you need another monkey to get off your back and finally come through with that trophy. I know he's feeling the pressure. How could he not? Like, he's a human.
Oh, yeah. He's a human from New Zealand.
Yeah, you always say he's Australian. Nah, he's from New Zealand, y'all.
He's a Kiwi.
Yeah, they just sound very similar to one another.
Yeah.
But no, I ain't turning on Coach White. Not like the Knicks turning on Tom Thibodeau. Not like that. You serious, man? Back-to-back 50-win seasons. You can them. You whack them. Cold game. Cold game. Now I'm hearing stuff like Steve Nash, Chip. Steve Nash, who I love, by the way. But Steve Nash showed during his Brooklyn days. I don't know if Steve Nash is a coach in the game. Doesn't mean he's not a brilliant basketball mind. He has a podcast with LeBron now. He took JJ Redick's spot. You remember when LeBron and JJ Redick had their podcast going, and then JJ Redick went to the Lakers, so they had to stop? Steve Nash took over for JJ. So him and Bron are talking game, and it's good stuff. Like, both of their IQs are incredible when it comes to the game of basketball. So it's really cool to hear them talk shop and talk about the game in a different way that you don't hear very often. Doesn't mean just because you have a good IQ, that translates to the sideline. So be careful, because, again, there's rumors going on that Brunson and Josh Hart and Bridges and Cat, they all like Steve Nash. And I don't know why Jay Wright's name is going out there. Like, Jay Wright left college basketball to chill, not to go to the NBA and deal with guys that he's already coached. That's why everybody thinks it's synonymous to have Jay Wright come coach the Villanova Knicks, since all those guys played for him. Jay Wright don't want those problems. Just because he's Italian doesn't mean that it's a fit. That's what New Yorkers think. They're like, he's Italian, gabagoo, he's one of us.
Gabagoo.
Gabagoo. Look at the salami and the pasta. Like, no. No, man. Jay Wright does not want that pressure. Knicks fans are ludicrous. He doesn't want that. He's happy now, chilling on his 2 NCAA championship trophies. He's cool. Tom Thibodeau, I don't know if he was the guy to take them to the mountaintop, but he might be the closest one. Somebody just needs to tell Tom, Tom, we don't have to run suicides today in practice. Tom, we don't need to play 5-on-5 in practice, bro, when we got a game tomorrow night. It doesn't make sense. Tom, we got 5 games in 8 days, and you're out here trying to play 5-on-5, best of 21 scrimmaging, no fouls, no refs, every man for himself. That gladiator mentality. You're not Russell Crowe, Tom. Save these guys' legs. They need them. They get your philosophy. They understand it. They're pros. They don't have to necessarily practice it every day. You're wearing them down. Tom just needs a little guidance. That's okay to have guidance. Some of the best coaches need guidance. Some of the best people in the world need guidance. It's okay for someone to tell Tom, loosen up. I don't know if he's just that intimidating. He seems like an intimidating guy. I don't know if people are that scared to approach him and to let him know, yo, bro, this ain't it. You're too smart of a basketball mind. Like, we got to play more than 7 players. If you're going to scrimmage guys in practice, during the games, you got to play more than 7 players. These guys are going to wear down. Karl Anthony Towns was gassed. He was done by the time that Pacers series was over. They kept attacking him over and over again. He was always wincing and grimacing because he was so hurt and beat up. Like, and the injuries are going to happen. It's a part of the game. Some things that you just can't control. But there's a reason why Greg Popovich is one of the greatest of all time. He understood, we're going to work hard in the offseason. I'm going to find guys that buy into my system and my philosophy. And we're going to navigate this long gauntlet of an NBA season as smart as we can, to where once April and May come around, we got a lot of juice left. And I'm going to play a plethora amount of guys too. That's just how it goes. Pop's the best to ever do it when it came to load management. Tom Thibodeau might be the worst. He might be the worst. Again, the same guy that Chicago fans will go in their graves saying he's the reason why Derrick Rose got hurt, which is unfair to Tom Thibodeau. Completely unfair, but also with his track record, sometimes if the shoe fits, hey, I don't know where New York's going to go. I feel like they're scrambling now. New York fans, they don't know how to act. I hope everybody in New York right now is calm and steady and people aren't losing their mind. But, yeah, this is a hell of a move. And I don't even know about KD, CB. I've been hearing KD could be anywhere. I've heard Phoenix. I've heard Denver. I haven't heard New York yet. I've heard Toronto, like Houston a little bit, Dallas. A lot of people want Kevin Durant.
Well, where makes the most sense?
I don't know. I mean, Denver, ideally, like, I'd get rid of Michael Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon for Kevin Durant. I'd definitely do that. But I don't know. They like Aaron Gordon a lot, and Aaron Gordon's a really good player. But if you're giving up Durant and you're Phoenix, you better have something in return. Picks, too. Like, I don't know, man. You know, KD, he's just gonna go out there and hoop. You know, I think he's at the point of his career where he knows he's a Hall of Famer. He knows his legacy is cemented. I think he just wants to go play basketball. I really, he wants to play winning basketball, but I think he really just wants to keep playing. I think he loves the game that much, even if whatever team he ends up on doesn't win a championship. I think he just loves the game and just wants to keep playing as long as he can. And he'll be breaking a lot of records and passing up a lot of other greats, like in scoring records and things like that along the way.
You think that stuff is important to him?
I do. I mean, I think winning, like, rings are important to him also, but I just think the brand of the game is important to him. Just playing, like being in the locker room, like all the little things that go into basketball. I think he loves that stuff, which when you're not winning, I think he could still find beauty in the game because he probably knows, hey, I'm not winning. Why am I losing? Oh, yeah, I'm playing against other players that play the game the right way. And I'm 30-something years old, 35, 36 years old. Like, he can't carry a team like he used to. And even when he was doing that, he also had other Hall of Famers along his side, like Russell Westbrook and Steph Curry, Draymond, Kyrie, Devin Booker. He's on that borderline of Hall of Fame, but that Suns situation, that still pisses me off. Like, Bradley Beal, horrible. He was so bad this past year. Talk about someone that looked like he didn't care, which I feel really bad saying because you get to the NBA majority of the time because you give a damn and you put in the work to earn that. Obviously, you have to have God-given ability and athleticism, but you still got to put in a lot of time in the gym to get to that point. So I hate saying that about Bradley Beal, but watching them this year, dude, you got to understand your role is not the same like it was in Washington. It's not. I remember D'Angelo Russell making a comment when he got traded from the Lakers to the Nets, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I could play freely now. This is the beauty of the game. I'm finding that beauty of the game." And it's like, okay, bruh, that's cool. If you're good with that, so be it. If you're okay with that and you don't want to play winning basketball with LeBron James because the pressure's too much and you can't, quote unquote, play your game, whatever. Like, there's guys on both sides. There's guys that love it, love the winning, love the process, love the pressure. And there's guys that just want to go out there and hoop and could care less of what comes after it. I got my money. I don't care. Bradley Beal looked like that. I got my money, so I'm not going to change. I'm not going to adjust. No, bro. Kevin Durant and Devin Booker are better than you. You got to have a different role. I'm sorry. By the way, your role has to change. It has to. You can't go for 30. You can't take the shots. Like, what are you working on? Are you working on catch and shoots and playing off closeouts? Because that's not how you became who you were. You became who you were as being the guy and getting the ball all the time in all types of situations. ISOs, coming off screens, Iverson screens, pick and rolls. The volume of the ball in your hands was up, and you were working on those things. So when you go to the Phoenix Suns, you have to change what you work on every day because that's the style you're going to play. And if you're not willing to adjust to that, well, you're going to struggle. And that's what he did. He never adjusted. You got to become a defender, Bradley Beal. You got to low-key be the best defender on the team and take that responsibility. He ain't want that either. So Suns don't make the playoffs. And now they're shipping away arguably a top 15 player of all time and Kevin Durant because they're giving up on the process. And that's just how she goes sometimes, man.
Well, looked up all of Mike White's records in the Women's College World Series. And he went 3-0 last year and got to the championship series just like he did this year. They lost 8-3 and 8-4 to OU in the championship series. Yeah. When they became the first unseeded team ever to reach the championship series in 2022, they lost 16-1 and 10-5 against OU.
Good gosh.
So
16-1?
Those are his 2 appearances in the Women's College World Series championship series.
Was anybody on those teams that's on this current team? Like Mia Scott and all them?
Yeah. Mia Scott.
Yeah, that I don't know if that wound bleeds still, but that's a big ass scar that you always gonna notice. That's fuel to the fire stuff right there.
Yeah. Look at you. Look at you using their motto.
Come on, man. I get it. I get it.
So, yeah, man. Texas, golden opportunity. Wow. How these OU fans feeling about having 2 teams from Texas in Devon Park tonight there in the heart, Oklahoma City? I'll tell you what, those Red Raiders are making a run to Norman.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they travel.
Be interesting to see what the crowd breakdown is tonight there at Devon Park. It's a huge game. I mean, I say that, and Mike White, it's ridiculous. He's 0-7 in the first game of Super Regionals and 6-1 in the second game. You don't want to go down 1-0 in this. You want to jump on them tonight, put that doubt in their minds, and then pounce on them.
Yeah.
That's my grand coaching advice.
I like it. I like it. What home run derby are you talking about, CB? I don't know what he's talking about.
Huh. They got some kind of softball home run derby?
She should. Or
is she going to be hitting hard balls?
I saw that they got a softball league, like a pro softball league.
Oh, yeah. Kat Osterman's got a team.
Yeah. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, man.
They're talking about being as big as the WNBA. I like that.
They're trying to ride that momentum, that excitement that the Texas Longhorns and Najerrie Kennedy are supplying right now. I mean, you got all kinds of storylines that, like I said, people who don't ever care about softball are like, what? Najerrie Kennedy leads her team in home runs and pitching? Leads the nation in ERA.
That's insane.
It's insane. That girl is focused as a laser beam. I mean, but she gives up runs, man, right when you least expect it. It's weird.
Gotta take advantage.
2 outs, 2 strikes, bottom of the 7th, and she gives up that homer. Yeah. Now her teammates came back and picked her up in the bottom half. Sorry, top of the 9th. She gave up the 2-run homer to tie against OU, and then her teammates picked her up. And they got out of there 3-2. But if you look at that game between Texas and Texas Tech back on February 14th, the one where Kevon threw 18 strikeouts and Kennedy threw 11. It came down to a final play in the 9th, or Yeah, the ninth. They went extra innings. And Texas pulled it out. And even Jerry Glasgow said we didn't believe or we didn't know how to finish games. Now we do, he said. We'll see.
That's what you're supposed to want. Your teams to get better throughout the season, get more comfortable with one another. I'm sure Jerry Glasgow, coming in from Louisiana, he was still getting used to all the new faces and how things work down there in Lubbock. And he brought a lot of talent with him from Louisiana, which is very surprising that, homegirl that's at Oklahoma, Sam Landry, she didn't go down there with him, because that would have been a crazy 1-2 punch if they would have had both Landry and Najerrie Kennedy on the same squad. And I don't know how that recruiting process went. I'm sure he tried. I'm sure I heard probably his best player when he was at Louisiana let her know, like, yo, we definitely got a spot for you. And she probably saw the money that Najerrie Kennedy's getting and probably wanted something close to that, but not quite. And who knows? Speculating here. But, yeah, thank goodness that wasn't a thing, because, wow, they would have been even more difficult to deal with.
By the way, Kennedy struck out Okay, she walked and had 2 strikeouts against Texas on February 14th in that epic 2-1 game. So Kavan, Kavan kind of is her nemesis. Now, we'll see how that works tonight. And does Mike White do something weird and start Mac Morgan again? Or
I love Mac Morgan, but I don't Teagan's had some time to rest.
Yeah.
And get ready for this game. She's ready. So I don't know.
Mike is fiercely protective of what he's doing with his pitching until he has to turn in that lineup card. And I texted him about the defensive position changes, and he didn't text me back. I know he's busy, but
he got time for you right now.
He got time for me.
Yeah.
But that's okay, because Tegan Kavan said everything that she needed to say. By the way, we'll have John McClain on today at 3. Little scheduling change this week for John McClain. We'll talk some NFL with our man John McClain coming up at 3:00. But yeah, man, you'll never catch us talking this much softball again in our lives. But
it's necessary.
National championship, baby. National championship. I love seeing kids perform when the national championship's on the line. Who rises? Who's going to get it done? Who's going to go Vince Young on these people? I mean, Vince Young, is he the greatest big game player in Texas football history? For God's sake. I don't know. Let's bring in the general. He's in the green room. Mad Dog McClain, John McClain, the voice of reason in Houston. Longtime columnist, radio voice in H-Town, in the Pro Football Hall of Fame and the Texas Sports Hall of Fame for his coverage of pro football and all things.
People are going to turn that off if you say that every week.
Come on, John.
First of all, yes, Vince is the biggest big play player in UT history. And first, I would like to offer a moment of silence for the Longhorns baseball team. Give me a few seconds.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that was.
You're not supposed to be talking in a moment of silence? Jesus.
Oh, I thought you said a second of silence.
I'll say this. Greg Stanky, because of that tough schedule they had to play in the SEC, didn't get them ready to play UTSA or Vandy. Teams like Wright State, Florida's gone, Georgia's gone. I think Stanky should petition the NCAA to increase the World Series so all SEC teams will not have to qualify. They just go straight to Omaha, because those schedules they play in regular season just doesn't have them ready to play tough teams like UTSA and Wright State and Bum Bleep U. And anyway, I just wanted to point that out. But I'll be watching the Longhorns women against Texas Tech. Tech's great pitcher. I'm fired up about that. I think it's going to be a great series. Longhorns won during the season, of course. But anytime at school from Texas, even the Longhorns or the Aggies, even though it's been so long about the Aggies, I can't remember. Even anytime they win a championship from our state, I'm all behind it.
So you'll be watching tonight?
I sure will. I watched the other night when Tech beat Oklahoma and ended that dynasty after an incredible comeback in the top of the seventh. When you got a ninth place hitter up and an 0-2 count and 2 outs with the best pitcher in the world, and that kid hit only 2 homers all season, you think it's over. And she hit the home run to tie it up. And then, of course, Tech won in the bottom of the seventh. But I really got into softball last year when I watched A&M in Texas. And, I'd like to watch Baylor sometimes in baseball, but it's just not to be. But I'm glad the women have a pro league to go to, because for the longest time, once they played and they were done, now they can go on to that pro league that is supported by Major League Baseball. And I think that's incredibly exciting. And there's so many great players in college softball.
Yeah, and it's a different game. I mean, the base paths are shorter. There's the circle, no mound. It's a faster paced game, and I don't know. It's not bad. It's not bad to watch. I'm just gonna put it out there.
And I'll put out there what both of y'all are thinking, and you won't say they're not bad to watch either.
I mean,
right, Zay? You're sitting there laughing. You know what I'm talking
about. No, don't put me in this, John.
There's a lot of good-looking women playing women's sports, and I think that softball and volleyball, the ones I've seen, are the best. And like the Tennessee pitcher that throws harder than any pitcher in the country.
Carlin Pickens.
Yeah, I do. I'm amazed in softball how you get a ground ball at third base and you can throw somebody out first base, considering how short the bases are, but they do it. And I'm also amazed that the women can pitch as much as they do. And they spin the ball, not like the big leagues. They don't have a plethora of Tommy John surgeries on every team. But anyway, I'll be watching Longhorns and Raiders, and whichever one wins will be fine with me.
Yeah, and you didn't used to say you love to watch women play softball. I don't know what's going on.
If you say so, Zane, I didn't say that.
Oh.
What's your point?
No point. Just
got yourself in a hole there, didn't you?
I'm swinging and missing.
Go back to the dugout.
I love it. Well, John, let me ask you one more question about Vince Young, because he, of course, came from Houston Madison, and I would argue he's the greatest, big game performer in Longhorns history.
Absolutely, he is.
I mean, Kevin Durant had some big moments, but Vince Young.
That was one season.
Yeah. Vince Young in 2004 and 2005. Good heavens. How is VY looked at down there in H-Town? Because he obviously wasn't drafted by the Texans. He ends up with Bud Adams in Tennessee.
Vince still lives there, of course, he and Candace. I see Vince at a lot of things, benefit things we do for the Gridiron Legends of Texas. And he plays a lot of golf, and he's still Vince Young, so he makes a lot of appearances, does a lot of charity work. And I know he does a lot in Austin, too. And Vince could just be Vince for the rest of his life if he wanted to. if Vince ever needed anything, first thing he should do is look up the Longhorn Alumni Club and go to a Longhorn. Nobody's going to make him pay for anything. If I was him, I'd go to a restaurant owned by Longhorns. You know how Longhorns own everything. And he should never have to pay after what he did, kind of like Earl. Earl lives in Austin. He's got a great life there. He does stuff for the school. Vince, he's got to stay out of trouble. He could spend the rest of his life relying on the Longhorns no matter what he needed, because so many people appreciate what he did in his career, especially, of course, in the biggest game in Longhorns history, maybe the biggest game in college history. That was USC ESPN versus UT, and which I thought was as good an ending as I've ever seen. And I may have told you all this. I've been at several charity events in which it was me and Vince, and I got to interview him. And one of the things, and I brought this up to him recently at another charity event, when he scored the winning touchdown against USC ESPN, he was in the end zone. He threw his arms up in the air, and the confetti was coming down. He was in front of all the Longhorn fans. And I asked him originally, I said, what were you thinking? How did it feel? He said, I didn't remember. He said, I don't remember that I did that. He said, now I've seen it on camera. I've seen it on TV, of course, online a million times. And but at the moment, it was so much euphoria. And I guess this happens to other players in those moments. You don't remember. It's like an out-of-body experience when he was down there doing that. I cannot imagine. Football is king. That you could do anything in baseball, in college, hit a grand slam to win the World Series. That's great. Hit the winning shot to win the NCAA tournament. But when you are playing national championship in football and you score like he did in that venue against that team, ESPN's team, there can't be anything better. I don't care if it's the Olympics. Nothing beats college football. And somebody may say, oh my God, you win a gold medal. Tell me somebody's won a gold medal in the year they did it and who they beat. They don't remember. You remember the U.S. Olympic hockey team, but I'm talking about a person. And we've seen a lot of great Simone Biles, Mary Lou Retton. We've seen so many Olympic winners, but who came in second? You know who came in second in the Rose Bowl. You know who lost the national championship. And that's why I think that Vince Young's touchdown to beat USC was the greatest accomplishment in the history of college football because of the circumstances.
Yeah.
I agree, John.
Next to Baylor winning the Southwest Conference, of course, losing to Penn State in the Cotton Bowl after the 74 season.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love
From
it.
your point of view, though, John, what do you think went wrong during this time at Tennessee? Like, obviously, a lot of people, can assume and stuff. But
Vince was all to blame for that. I remember one time listening to Mac Brown say that they tell Vince to drop back, make a read. If it's not there, make a play. And I laughed, thought, there's no way they do that. Well, seems to me that's what they did. And there were times where Greg Davis, his coach, had to coddle him and make sure that he was happy or not too upset. And when he got to Tennessee, you can't do that in the NFL and get handled with kid gloves like that. And I'll tell you a good example. The first preseason game he played, I covered it. It was against Washington. It was on the campus of Tennessee State University in Nashville. And it was sold out. Everybody wanted to see Vince. He didn't play. And the reason was he didn't want to stay in the team hotel. He explained that he hadn't seen his girlfriend, or Candace, and I don't blame him, in a long time, and he was going to spend the night with her. And Fisher said, well, how would that look if I let you do that and every other player had to come to the hotel? And he told him, he said, if you're not in the hotel, you're not going to start. He didn't start. The fans went ballistic. The media went ballistic. Who gives a damn about the Washington Redskins and the Tennessee Oilers? Well, they were the Titans by then, in a preseason game. They didn't, but everybody wanted to see Vince because it had been built up so much. And everybody in the country knew who Vince Young was because you couldn't get away from the hype of that game, that season, unless you were on vacation in Uranus, on Uranus.
Yeah. Yeah. Candace, she's a star herself.
She sure is a star herself.
She's the glue. She's lawyer, super smart, pretty. I mean, love Candace.
Everybody loves Candace Young, and everybody likes Vince. You know, people get exasperated with him like Jeff Fisher did and the Titans did, but nobody disliked him. You know, everybody liked him, his personality. Vince Young, and I say this every time I say him, has a laugh that is contagious. I don't know why it is, but I like to stand there and listen to Vince laugh because it's just, to me, a laugh that makes everybody feel better. And he's got a good life right now. If you get to play a lot of golf and you get to do the stuff he does in Austin, I don't know if I were, and I'll tell you this about Bucky Richardson, the former Aggie quarterback, for people who are listening who don't know, Google him. Bucky wasn't near the quarterback anywhere close to being for the Aggies what Vince was, but he won some big games. He was a popular player. And Bucky told me one time when he was with the Oilers, he started a few games, but he was perceived as a backup, that he was on the board of an alum's board of directors in which he made good money. And all he had to do was show up for one meeting and play golf with friends. And I'm thinking, if Vince doesn't have a lot of deals like that for rich Longhorns who own companies who want to say, hey, you want to play golf with Vince Young? And what Longhorn would not want to play golf with Vince Young? Or you want Vince to come to a dinner and that he should be taking advantage of that. Maybe he is. I don't know. But Earl Campbell, and I know a lot of people today, you have to explain to them who Earl was. You don't have to explain it to their parents and grandparents. But Earl and Vince, have there ever been two more successful in Austin Longhorns who were more popular, who have withstood the test of time?
Yeah. Yeah, and Vince Young got hired by the university in that community, and I don't know, it was under the main administration. He got fired from that job, and Vince was like, why are you putting me in a paperwork job? And he was pissed because it was embarrassing. And then Chris Del Conte went down to Houston and said, hey, I want to hire you into the athletic department where you belong. And VY was like, okay. And so now they got it right, because now he's a special assistant to the athletic director like Earl, and he'll have health insurance. The reason DeLost Odds did that for Earl was he wanted to make sure Earl had health insurance for the rest of his life. Earl makes $50,000 a year from Texas for doing all the appearances and stuff, but it's really about the health insurance. Vince makes $100,000, but it's also, good situation for him.
Both of them deserve raises, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Vince said, Texas Tech, what's that wealthy alum's name?
Oh, yeah, Cody Campbell.
Cody Campbell, who gave $1 million to the pitcher. Vince said, Cody Campbell's offering me this to come to Texas Tech because I'm pretty well known all over the state. I'm guessing Del Conte's not letting him get away. If I were the Longhorns, and I'm sure he does this, kid's in the transfer portal, he comes over there, he walks by all the Lamborghinis lined up, and he runs into Vince, and all of them know who Vince is because we've seen the game so many times on ESPN. The best thing I've seen of everything they've done on ESPN was the deal where Vince and Matt Leinart went to the Rose Bowl and walked around and talked about it for an hour. That was the best thing they've done. And it was actually fair, unlike the build up to the game. And so the kids know who Vince Young is because they all watch ESPN and they've seen so much of it. I would want him talking to every recruit. I might want Earl talking to the recruits' parents and grandparents. And then if I'm Earl, I've got a highlight film there. Both of them. Well, you want to know who these guys are? This is what's in Canton, Ohio. And I just think you couldn't get two better, more famous players who did so much for the university. By the way, should we call it the University of Texas San Antonio now?
Wait, John.
And that was, and the funny thing is, Jim Schlossnagle knew how good they were, and he was like, "This is a legit team. This is a legit team." They're up 6-1, and they still couldn't hold on.
I should have said, y'all, I'm sorry, Chip. I just can't get enough of this. This is taking over my life like Belichick and Jordan. But there was a hat, and I didn't send it to my Longhorn friends, except a couple with a sense of humor. A guy wearing a hat at the game said University of Texas in Omaha. And then there was another one, a kid about 10, just crying his eyes out. And somebody put the caption, "But we're Texas." That is funny.
Oh, man,
but there's always football. Can you imagine the game against Ohio State? Is that the first game of the season?
yes.
I cannot remember. I was talking to Mattress Mac today, who I shoot a weekly video with, and I asked Mac. I didn't ask him. He asked me about the start of college football season, and I think because of the arch factor, and the NFL's already got him. Everybody number 1 overall pick. Okay, stays another year. It'll be the number 1 overall pick. But the arch factor, the changing of the guard, we'll see it for the first time, and at the Ohio State University, the horseshoe. I can't imagine there's been a bigger game, bigger opener. And there's been a lot of them, but not a bigger one than Texas at Ohio State.
Yeah. Yeah. Last year was pretty big at Michigan, defending national champs, but
that was Ewers. And no offense to Ewers. Quinn Ewers is not Arch Manning, of course. And the arch factor is a big part of it. You think you guys will be talking about Arch much leading up to that game?
Every chance we get.
Think about it. Every show you do, every hour you do, every talk show, not just in Texas, but around the country, is going to be talking about Arch Manning and the University of Texas. And boy, that is just more ways for the Longhorns to get recruits. Wide receivers have been wanting to go there. Now more will want to go play with Arch because it helps them get to the NFL. Just ask what's his name from U of H, who was the first pick of the Packers. If I see him and what he did leaving the Cougars for the Longhorns, and I'm a receiver, and that was with Ewers, and I got a chance to play with Arch Manning, I'm there.
Yeah. Well, and Cooper Manning talks about when he was a kid in the locker room with the Oilers and Earl Campbell's, putting his pads on, and he was like, "Oh my God, that man is Superman."
A lot of people called him that, didn't they?
Oh man. You remember little Cooper Manning running around when Archie was there?
I remember Archie he didn't have, at that point, that was 1982 and 1983 until the trading deadline when the Oilers unloaded him and Dave Casper to the Vikings. And at that point, Archie was done. He was a rookie in 71. This was in 83. And I remember he had Cooper and he had Peyton, and Peyton was following Cooper Cooper, as Archie calls him. Yeah. Peyton was following Cooper everywhere he went throughout the dressing room. And even though Archie wasn't here a long time, people admired and respected him so much because, number one, of what he'd gone through with the Saints, but also what a class act he was.
John, what's going on OTAs with the Texans?
Well, people here are ready to throw in the towel on the season because C.J. Stroud has not thrown a hard pass. He's warmed up a little bit. D'Amico Ryan said he's got some soreness in his right shoulder. He was on tape knocking down some threes on a basketball thing last week, so it can't be too bad. Now, if he's not throwing at the start of the season, that'll be different. and he's not going to play much in preseason anyway. But people here are just in a panic until they see him throw normally. And D'Amico said it's not any big deal. So I'll take D'Amico at his word, just like I took the Astros at their word over Yordan Alvarez.
Well, yeah, what's on that?
What, Yordan Alvarez?
Yes.
Oh, that's been ugly. He hadn't played since May 2nd. They said he had some inflammation in his hand. He's had hand issues in the past, and he's still not playing. And turns out he had to go get another MRI, and it turns out he's got a fracture. And they have been getting killed, number one, for not telling the truth. Number two, for acting like they don't know what they're doing. Their doctors, their training staff. But I got to point out, Lance McCullers is making one of the most incredible comebacks in the history of sports at any level. He just outdueled Paul Skeens last night, and he gave up no runs, 2 hits, struck out 7. Last game struck out 12. I thought he'd never pitch again, and that training and medical staff had a lot to do with McCullers coming back and pitching so well. Don't know if it'll last, but they did. But Alvarez, they're in first place, half a game ahead of Seattle, their main rival, but without Alvarez and without 3 of their top 5 starters from the start of the season, 2 done with Tommy John, and Spencer Arrighetti broke his right thumb. We haven't seen him since early April, and they've got Sugar Land in downtown Houston. There should be a special access road for them, running starting pitchers back and forth. You have a guy who'll pitch, then he'll go back to Sugar Land, and they'll send the next guy, and he'll pitch. And they've done well enough to be in first place, which is amazing considering how poorly they've hit.
Wow. Watch out for those Detroit Tigers. That's all I'm saying.
Best record in baseball. They should be in the American League. Let me tell you what, the American League's not anywhere near as good as the National League. Tigers will be back in the playoffs. A.J. Hinch should be manager of the year. He's doing a great job. Someday, I don't know when, but I wish – because AJ's not going to spend the rest of his life in Detroit. He'll get fired at some point. I wish that Jim Crane could bring him back and hire him. I don't think anybody would complain because he's such a great manager. Everybody here loves AJ. I listen to his show every week on MLB radio, and he just sounds so smart. And I'm happy. Detroit's had a renaissance in football. They've had having a renaissance in baseball after spanking the Astros in the playoffs. So I think it'd be great if they go to the World Series because there's some tough teams in the National League, led, of course, by the best team money can buy.
Yeah. Yeah, the roar of 84. We're still hanging on to the roar of 84.
When they trashed downtown and burned everything.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
The media had to spend the night in the press box because they couldn't get to the buses because they were tearing everything up.
Yeah, and that stadium, that old stadium looked like a prison and was not in a great part of town. So, yeah, they stayed in the press box. And
it was all wood. I don't think they'll be doing that in downtown Comerica Park like they did then. But I think it'd be – what a great story. I'd like to see the Lions. If the Texans aren't going to win the Super Bowl, and they're not, I'd like to see it be the Lions. And if the Astros are not going to win the World Series, I don't think they will, but I'd like to see it be the Tigers. 2 incredible stories.
What did you think? I mean, Frank Ragnow announced his retirement, and, like, that's tough timing.
Well, I think this. Dan Campbell is very smart. Their front office is very smart. They got somebody ready to step in. When Jason Kelsey left, everybody's like, oh, my God, how are we going to survive without Jason? How are we going to do the tush push? Well, the kid Juergens, they drafted from Nebraska in the 2nd round, played guard, and they always knew he was going to move over, and he did, and they won a Super Bowl. And so they didn't skip a beat. The Lions have 3 number 1. Was Ragnow number 1 pick? He might have been one of the 3 number 1 picks in the first round, but you don't not accomplish something because you've lost a center. And so I don't think they'll miss anything. If I'm a Lions fan, I'm more worried about losing Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, although they've had guys ready to take their place. You don't want it to be like Philadelphia when they lost Jonathan Gannon and Shane Steichen after the Super Bowl, and then the guys they brought in, they fired them after 1 year. They changed them last year and won the Super Bowl. So I think the Lions have showed they're smart enough to. They've known Ben Johnson was leaving for 2 or 3 years. They knew at some point if they kept winning, Aaron Glenn would get a head coaching job. So they have had plenty of time to prepare for the losses of those coordinators. And that's why I think Detroit has as good a chance to go to the Super Bowl as any team in the NFC.
Well, when you look at the Eagles, looks like they got everyone back, John.
Yeah, and it's not often that teams repeat. The one that I think is strange, the Super Bowl loser almost never goes back. You got to go back to Buffalo, not counting New England. New England lost and went back. Other than that, you got to go back to Buffalo. The Super Bowl loser, for whatever reason, does not go back. And a lot of times they don't even make the playoffs. Look at the 49ers. That's why I'm not picking the Chiefs to go to the Super Bowl. They may not even win the AFC West. Could be Denver. Could be the Chargers. They showed their kryptonite, which is you get good pressure on Mahomes and you bottle him up. He gets frustrated just like every human quarterback.
Yeah, and that Eagles defense is young and talented. They just got Andrew Makuba from Texas, who I love at safety.
I picked Washington to win that division because there's been no repeat champion in 21 years.
Yeah, so you like Washington, but who do you like your way too early Super Bowl prediction?
You mean that I think that are dark horses or I think is going to be in it? I pick Baltimore every year. And Baltimore keeps getting close. Baltimore and Buffalo. Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. It's time they got to a Super Bowl. And I think Lamar needs it more. So I'm picking them again. I'm picking them against the Lions.
Okay. I'll take that.
It wouldn't bother me if Buffalo made it. The two longest suffering fan bases. Buffalo's not been suffering as long as Detroit did. But the fact you go to 4 Super Bowls and you lose them, I think that would be great for their fans to get back and have a chance to win their first one. And, of course, the Lions, who hadn't won but one playoff game since the 50s, I think that either I would love for both of those fan bases. I'd like to see Buffalo and Detroit in the Super Bowl, but I'm still going with Baltimore and Detroit.
You know what is one of the weirdest little factoids, I think? Is Gail Gilbert was the backup quarterback to Jim Kelly for the Bills. And then he went to the Chargers and was the backup quarterback to Stan Humphries when they went to the Super Bowl in 94. He's the only quarterback in NFL history to be on a team that loses 5 straight Super Bowls.
Wow. And he may have caused them to lose Andrew Luck. Because Andrew took an unofficial visit there, and they told him that they had Gail Gilbert backing up. Was it Colt? Who was the starter then? It would have been about 2000. Let's see, 12. He was a rookie. 11. It would have been about 2009.
Yeah, it was still Colt. Gilbert was coming in,
and they had Gilbert was a top quarterback prospect in the country, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Garrett Gilbert. Yeah, Garrett Gilbert cost him.
Oh, yeah, because Garrett, yeah. Who are y'all? Y'all talking about Gail Gilbert?
Yeah, his dad.
Screwed up my whole story.
Well, yeah, Garrett Gilbert's dad was the backup quarterback to Jim Kelly and then was with the Chargers.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right. And this is the crazy thing. So Andrew Luck wanted to go to 3 schools, Texas, Notre Dame, or Stanford. Like, Major Applewhite told me they were recruiting the hell out of him at Alabama. He wasn't interested at all. Meanwhile, Texas is like oblivious. And Mac told me they promised Garrett Gilbert that Texas wouldn't take a quarterback in 2008 because they had Garrett Gilbert coming in 2009. And I'm like, who does that? Like,
well, he told him he could walk on.
Yeah. I mean, Oliver Luck told me that they went to a junior day at Texas and couldn't get a conversation with a coach. Andrew Luck.
Oh, I love that. They might could have had Peyton Manning, and they might could have had Andrew Luck. Harbaugh recruited Andrew so much he went to all his basketball games, and that's where Andrew wanted to go, and he loves it so much. Of course, he's still there.
Amazing. Yeah, and Jameis Winston wanted to go to Texas to play baseball and football. Couldn't get a call back. Mac apparently said, we're not getting Jameis Winston. Someone will buy him at the last minute. He wasn't even going to – he told old Tim Brewster – Brewster's recruiting Vince Young, and they were recruiting some quarterback out of East Texas, and Mac was like, we're not going to get Vince Young. Brewster's like, the hell we're not. So Brewster recruited him to Texas almost in spite of Mac. Crazy.
Wow.
But that's a story for, your next tailgate party. Go ahead, Zay.
John, who's your way too early rookie of the year on the offensive side?
Did y'all ask me something?
Oh, can you hear us?
I was daydreaming about when I wanted to go to Texas, and I really thought about it, and then I decided I wanted to get a better education.
Okay. You've been doing digs all day, John.
He's still basking in the glow of UTSA baseball.
Sure is, man. Good grief. John, who's your way too early rookie of the year on the offensive side?
Still daydreaming.
Still daydreaming.
No, I'm not daydreaming anymore. I did when I was growing up. Had a lot of fun coming down to Austin, going down to Guadalupe, had a blast going to what was the basketball arena? My mind's gone blank.
The Irwin Center.
No, the old one.
Oh, Gregory
Gym. Going to watch Baylor play at Gregory Gym.
Going
to the old baseball field, looking at Billy Goat Hill. I had a blast coming down to Austin. I thought there couldn't be any more fun. Another place in the country, and I hadn't been anywhere but Texas. It could have been more fun than going to Austin and living while you went to college at UT. I probably would have had so much fun I couldn't graduate. I wouldn't have graduated.
Johnny Manziel took that approach as well.
Johnny Manziel is a finalist for the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. You guys think he should be in?
Yeah, put Johnny in.
I do too. Every Heisman Trophy winner who's not currently playing, like Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray, is in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame, except Johnny. And I'm hoping we put him in there. Every time I go to Kyle Field and I look at the expansion, I think the renovation that Johnny built.
Yeah. Johnny Sharp called it the house that Johnny Sharp built, but it was the house that Johnny Manziel built. Is Casey Hampton in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that. I've always thought Casey won 2 Super Bowls and he was a starting nose tackle, that he should be in the Hall of Fame, but Pro Football Hall of Fame, but he never gets any run. I'll look up Casey and see, because if he's not in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame, I will take up his case next year.
Yeah, he's on the ballot finally for the College Football Hall of Fame.
He deserves it.
Yeah. I mean, he led Texas in tackles 2 years in a row from the nose tackle position.
That's amazing. Usually nose tackles don't have hardly any tackles because they're supposed to tie up 2 blockers and let the linebackers get the glory.
I think he's one of the best players of all time at Texas.
He is one of the best, absolutely.
And Dan Neal said, who the hell is this guy when he came in? Dan had to deal with Sam Adams.
I bet he showed him.
Oh man.
Yeah.
He had to deal with Sam Adams and Casey Hampton.
Oh man. Wow. That's a load.
Wow.
That's a load. Well, John, you're the best, man. Zay, do you have one more?
No, I don't think John can hear me.
I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Last one, John. Who you got for Rookie of the Year?
In football?
Yeah, offense.
Ashton Jennings. I think that kid's going to gain 1,500 yards and score 15 touchdowns, and he will be outstanding.
That's my pick.
There it is.
He was my favorite player in the draft. So we'll see how that goes.
Next week when I'm on with you guys, if I'm on Friday, I'm going to our documentary crew, 4 of us are going to Key Largo, Florida, to interview Jimmy Johnson, who played at Port Arthur Jefferson and lost the semifinals to Corpus Christi Miller on Miller's one more victory. Miller was the first integrated team to win a high school championship in Texas. And the coach, Pete Ragas in Lubbock, we went and interviewed him. He's 97, and he's in better shape than the 3 of us are in. And he said the best player they went against that season when they were 13-1 was a little middle linebacker. And
We were doing so good.
Linebacker name.
We were doing so good.
That's a teaser if I've ever seen one.
Okay, well, we'll have to come back to that story. Oh, there he is. Let's bring him in real quick. John, there you are.
Thank you guys very much.
Well, I'm coming. If you're bored, I'm coming down. We're playing our USTA 40 and older tennis team is playing sectionals in Houston. We're going to be at Bear Branch. Do you know where that is?
I have no idea.
Oh.
So what are you coming to be a fan and watch it?
No, I'm playing in it.
Oh, that's going to be funny. Good luck.
Thank you.
Send me a text about when you're coming. I might have to come out, drink a little beer, and cheer for you.
Yeah, 9:30 on Friday. First match. Bear Branch, wherever that is.
All right, guys. Thank you very much, and good luck at Bear Branch.
Appreciate you, John.
Thank y'all.
There he is, the legend, the general, Mad Dog McClain. Always fun conversation with Mad Dog McClain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was on one today.
Oh, he was feeling it from that UTSA. You know.
Golly. Yeah.
Now it's up to Jolie Mitchell and Tegan Cavan to restore some order. But let's get a couple mentions in here. We'll get to the commentary here on a Wheels Off Wednesday on Chip and Zay. And hey, to my guys who are snoring, you've heard me talk about the Sleep Cycle Center. And I love talking about the Sleep Cycle Center because Dr. Chad is committed to making sure that no one suffers the consequence of sleep apnea that his own father faced and died from at the age of 60. If you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue. And sleep apnea is no joke. It's a shortage of oxygen while you're sleeping. And Reggie White died from sleep apnea. And here's the great thing is that Dr. Chad, who's committed his life to treating sleep apnea at the Sleep Cycle Center, has the best technology to detect exactly what level of sleep apnea you're at, and all the remedies from oral appliances to surgery. And I have an oral appliance. I call it my mouth guard. It holds my lower jaw open while I'm sleeping. But you go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. You're going to get $100 off your sleep study. I mean, Dr. Chad's practically giving it away because he wants you to get that diagnosis. So go to sleepcyclecenters.com, locations in Lakeway and the Arboretum, and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Get $100 off your sleep study and sleep better, feel better. If you're waking up tired and, cranky and you snore, you definitely need to get to sleepcyclecenters.com and set up an appointment. Hey, Cover 3. If you're watching the Texas, great place to watch the Texas softball game tonight against Texas Tech. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. High-end food without the high-end prices. Great service, great vibe, and great food. Check it out. And McCall Custom Homes, if you're looking to redo a bathroom, a kitchen, extend some outdoor space, McCall Custom Homes. Mike McCall, been part of this family-owned and operated business, which has been thriving in Austin for 40 years. And look, they know that their business is built on word of mouth. Do a great job. You tell others in your circle. And that's what McCall Custom Homes is all about. So go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com, set up an appointment, and just see what the vision is. You'll be glad you did. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Adding value to your home, but also making your home just the way you want it. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And AV Consultations, our man Tom McKay. He loves hockey. He loves the Dallas Stars. I don't know if he's recovered, but he is there for you if you're ready for the big screen of your dreams. Tom and AV Consultations have been putting, big screen TV, surround sound into your favorite restaurants in Austin. They did it for me in 3 different houses in Austin, and they can do it for you. You're busy. You got things going on. You don't need to be lugging TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Call AV Consultations. Call our man Tom McKay at 255-8678. I'll go slow. 255-8678. Of course, area code 512. All right, Zay. I gotta give a pep talk for the chip shot today. I gotta give a pep talk. My man Mike White needs my help. Mike White has done amazing things in college softball. He's been in the Women's College World Series 5 times at Oregon, 3 times at Texas. He's been in the championship series twice in the last 3 years, by the way. Became the first unseeded team to reach the Women's College World Series Championship Series in 2022. That team faced elimination 5 times and survived. Now they got roasted by OU in that championship series, 16-1 and 10-5.
Oh, God.
He came back last year, made it to the championship series. Reese Atwood, unbelievable, but ran into a veteran OU team that became the first ever 4-time defending national champion. But guess what? OU is out. And now Texas, the Longhorns, who were number 1 in the nation for a good part of the year before they got swept by OU and dropped 2 of 3 against Tennessee. But guess what? Texas avenged those losses. Took down OU. Gave them their first loss. Everyone's like, Texas Tech eliminated OU. Well, Texas put that first loss on them.
That's right.
And then Texas avenged their series defeat by the Tennessee Volunteers by taking down Carlin Pickens and Mac Morgan. We've not talked enough about the job Mac Morgan did in that game, throwing all those drop balls. And then Tegan Cavan came in and got the save. But tonight, it's Tegan. If it's not Tegan Cavan against Najerrie Kennedy, I'm going to be disappointed because I don't think you save any bullets for game 2. You go get it in game 1 and try to knock them out in game 2. So I'd be throwing Tegan Cavan because Najerrie Kennedy is 0-3 against Texas when Tegan Cavan is the starter in the circle for the Longhorns. And these two bring the best out in each other. It's amazing. I hope we get that tonight. I hope we get it in game 2 tomorrow at 7. But this is as good as it gets in a lot of ways, because even though Texas Tech is new to the party, Najerrie Kennedy isn't. Najerrie Kennedy faced Texas twice at the Women's College World Series last year. In both games, Tegan Gavon started, and in both games, Tegan Gavon shut out Stanford. 2-0, 4-0. Like Tegan Gavon threw one hitters against Najerrie Kennedy and Stanford in those two games. It was insane what Tegan Gavon was doing. I hope, and then we got the game in February in 40 degrees and blustery mist. And Tegan Gavon, 18 strikeouts in that weather. Najerrie Kennedy, 11 strikeouts in that weather. And it was a thriller, 2-1. Texas won it in the bottom of the ninth. Bottom of the ninth. Went extra innings. It was tied 1-1. I hope we get that. I hope we get the best athletes performing at their best. That's what you want in the championship. We were talking about Vince Young earlier. Vince Young played his best games when a championship was on the line. The Rose Bowl in 2004. The Big 12 championship, 70-3 against old Joel Klatt and the Colorado Buffaloes in H-Town at NRG. And then, of course, USC. Vince Young, you kidding me? 30 of 40 passing, 200 yards rushing, 5 touchdowns. Lendell White said as soon as they got stuffed on 4th down and the ball was going back to Vince, he was like, I knew we were screwed. That's what you want tonight for look, I know we got Texas Tech fans listening to the show today, and it's an awesome story. It is. It's an awesome story. Texas Tech softball is an awesome story, and good for Cody Campbell. She's worth more. That was worth every penny because Tech hadn't done diddly-do in softball, and now they're in the championship series in their first trip. So it's an amazing story. Can't wait to watch it. Hope we get great performances. Hope Reese Atwood gets a hit for the first time in the Women's College World Series this year, because Reese Atwood is a game changer. But man, what a showdown. Got the #1 ERA in all of college softball, Najerrie Kennedy. You got Texas, who's #2 in batting average. I mean, this is as good as it gets. So I hope we have a memorable game 1 tonight, 7:00 on ESPN.
Yeah, memorable as in Texas beats the dog breaks off of Texas Tech. That's what I'm talking about. Put up over a dozen runs on Najerrie Kennedy. That'd be lovely. I take that.
I bet the odds of that in Vegas, 5 runs. What'd you say? 6 runs? It'd probably be 10,000 to 1.
Yeah.
That's how tough she is, man. Because she's like Kat Osterman. Now, Kat told me she had 7 pitches.
Damn.
That's insane. Like most pitchers, softball pitchers will say they have 5. They got the rise ball, they got the drop ball, they got the fastball. They've got, their version of the curve, which is kind of the slurve.
You got Kat's number? Maybe we get Kat on Chip and Zay.
Yeah.
That'd be a good get.
Yeah, we might have to try and get
that.
Get Kat for tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. See what she's doing.
Yeah, because Najerrie Kennedy has like 4 to 5 pitches that she can totally command. And Tegan Gavon, 60% of the time she throws the rise ball, but she totally changed it, remember? Mm-hmm. Against OU, and threw 60% drop balls because she had confidence in her defense. She was pitching to soft contact. Defense held up. So let's go. Let's see it.
Who has a big game on offense if you had to choose anyone tonight to have a big game offensively, set the tone, who would that be?
You know what? Maybe it's Katie Stewart, because Katie's had bigger impact home runs. If you get a good night tonight from Katie Stewart, Jolie Mitchell, and Caden Henry, Texas will be okay. Like, you get something from Leanne Good, you get something from Mia Scott, that'd be dynamite. I mean, Reese Atwood, everyone's waiting for that.
Due.
She's due.
No, she's due.
She's due.
Yeah.
She's due. All right. Let's get to the right call.
I'm talking about. You got me hyped up. Great pep talk for the chip shot, my friend.
Go.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm ready. I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go. But for the right call, though, shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, full service, wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the beautiful city of Austin, Texas. If you are up north, go hit up their Pond Springs location. If you are down south, hit up their 290 Monterey Oaks location. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supply is the place to be. If you need to just brighten up your decoration, in-house, outside, patio area, doesn't matter, Leaf Landscape Supply, the place to be. Check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com, where you can see there are different departments where you could order online, like bagged soil, chemicals and fertilizers, seeds, trees, tools, vines, and plenty more. You go in store, you make a purchase, let them know the crew at TSU put you on. You heard from Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. Can't beat that, 10% off if you mention your boy Zay Collier and the crew at Texas Sports Unfiltered at Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership, that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Wifey had an appointment with Covert Bee Cave today because she had to get her oil change, and it was as smooth as ever. She always says how everybody's just so nice and welcoming, and they got her in, they got her out, and now she's back on the road, happy as can be. And you could be like her and us too if you go to Covert Bee Cave and see for yourself. Go to their website, covertbeecave.com, see all the latest specials and inventory. 7 terrific brands like Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Buick, and GMC. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, he was on one of those Fox Sports shows this morning talking to whoever hosts that show, and he said there is going to be a new format for the NBA All-Star Game come February 2026. They've tried so many different things. They had this weird last season where they had the winner of the Rising Stars game, which if you don't know what the Rising Stars game is, that is between the best rookies and the best sophomores, and whoever wins that game gets to play in the All-Star game where they split it up in 4 teams, 3 actual All-Star teams, 1 Rising Stars team, and that was a disaster. So Adam Silver feels obligated to switch it up again. Now he's going with the format Team USA versus the world. Okay, now it sounds cute. It sounds smart. It sounds like a good way to go. At the end of the day, you are never going to get a good product with the All-Star game because these guys are worth way too much money and they are not going to put their bodies on the line for a game that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much money that you put into it for a bonus. It doesn't matter what you change with the format. These guys aren't going to play hard. They're still going to be giving each other wide open dunks, wide open threes, Olay defensive assignments. It's still going to be a bad product. There's never going to be a good All-Star game, in my opinion, ever again. Like those days with Magic and Bird and those guys were battling, and even Kobe, like those days are over. It's not, I mean, maybe pride's a little bit of it, but again, these guys, you got guys that are making 5-year, $350 million contracts playing in these games. I'm not playing hard. If I'm worth that much, I'm not playing hard for a guy that I might see in the playoffs who's also the best player on this team. That doesn't make much sense. So no matter what Adam Silver continues to do, I think the best option, because they're not going to play hard even if in this option, but they might play a little harder, is having the All-Star game like the Pro Bowl at the end of the season. Have it at the end of the season. Like, do it there, because maybe guys will play a little bit harder because they know that they have time to recover if they do play hard and God forbid something happens. But they're just worth too much money, Chip, to risk diving on the floor and, just it's just too risky. And it sucks. I wish they played hard, but injuries are a thing. And they're not going to risk that. They're not going to risk it for a meaningless game, no matter what the bonuses are. Adam Silver, we'll see how that works. But also, I don't think there's enough world guys that are going to be able to play that actually deserve to be all-stars, because you got Jokic, you got Luka, you got Giannis, you got SGA. After that, who are the other guys? That's 4 guys. Who are the other guys that aren't from America that will be representing this all-star game? Because it's a huge drop-off from there. You can look at all the guys that play on Canada and stuff. Like, are you going to put RJ Barrett in the all-star game? I don't want to see RJ Barrett in the all-star game. I love Andrew Nembhard for the Pacers. I don't want to see him in the all-star game representing the world because he's Canadian, or Lou Dort. Like, you're an all-star for a reason. This isn't a really good role players event. That's not fun. So I'm very eager to see how that looks also. But Adam Silver, he feels like he has to make this change because the all-star game, all-star weekend has gotten that stale, and he thinks this is the right decision. I don't know.
Well, that all-star game has just dropped and dropped and dropped, because it's not just the all-star game, it's all-star weekend, and no one's in the dunk contest. It's like now guys are afraid to go compete in those things because they don't want to look bad. Like, it used to be, like, I went to that all-star game at Reunion Arena in '85 when Spud Webb won the dunk contest and Larry Bird won the 3-point, and it was all the best players. It was Dominique and Spud. I think Jordan was already, I don't know. He didn't compete in it.
He wasn't in the contest. He might have been in the All-Star game, but
yeah,
I don't think he was dunking yet.
But that 3-point shooting contest was all the best players. And Bird walked up and down the bench going, which one of you fools is finishing second? And then he went out and lit it up. But now no one competes in those things because it's beneath them.
That too.
So I don't know, Zay. Maybe it's not even worth trying to do anything. Maybe it's a comedy show. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
They tried that. They had Kevin Hart with Ernie and Shaq and Charles last year, and it was corny. And I love Kevin Hart too. It was corny. So they're trying. Adam Silver, he's working really hard to try to make it relevant again, and it seems like he's falling short, but God bless him. All right, so another name has emerged when it comes to the New York Knicks head coaching sweepstakes. How do you like Dan Hurley, UConn coach? That's a name that's being floated around a little bit.
This tells me the Knicks have no clue. Like, I'd heard the same thing about Jay Wright or even Jason Kidd, who I'm like, he has a job. Like, what are you doing? And this isn't even, does Jim Dolan still
James Dolan?
Who owns the Knicks?
I think it's still James Dolan.
This is the worst nightmare of Knicks fans. I mean, this is the guy who hired Isaiah Thomas to be the head of the front office.
What's wrong with Zeke?
He was terrible.
Zeke's the man.
He was a great player. Everything he touched after being a player turned to bleep.
Damn.
He destroyed the CBA. He was the final nail in the coffin.
That's the man my mama named me after.
I got it. He's a Piston. I love the guy. I love what he did for the bad boy Pistons. I listened to him on the radio when I couldn't get the game on WKBD out of Detroit on my little black and white TV in my room. I love Isaiah Thomas, the player. Isaiah Thomas, the coach or executive, disaster. But anyway, back to James Dolan. This guy, it's shoot, ready, aim with him. You don't feel like there's a plan. And you fire a guy who took you to the first Eastern Conference Finals in 25 years, and you got no plan, like, they better land on their feet with this because they've got a great roster. Jalen Brunson is a great guy to build around. He's a selfless leader who just makes big shots. He reminds me of Chauncey Billups. And he's probably better. He's probably better than Chauncey Billups, honestly. But, like, he's a guy you want to cheer for, you want to watch. Big shot Brunson. I mean, if they screw this up, because what do you make of the trade that brought Karl Anthony Towns?
I thought it was a good trade, but I thought Cat got exposed a little bit with the Siakam matchup. And that was a lot because of Tom Thibodeau making that change. Like, Tom Thibodeau was starting Josh Hart majority of the playoffs until they fell into a hole in the conference finals against Indiana. And then he made the move to put Mitchell Robinson at the 5 center position and put Karl Anthony Towns at the 4 power forward. And Pascal Siakam wore him out. He wore him down. Like, that's a hard matchup for Cat because Cat, even though his offense is a tweener in between that center power forward position with his versatility, his defense is a center. And go back when he was with the Timberwolves in that series against Luka and them, like, him and Rudy Gobert were struggling against Dallas on pick and rolls. Now it's Luka and Kyrie Irving. A lot of bigs are big struggle. But I don't know if Tom Thibodeau should have made that move. He might have been better off sticking with Josh Hart and having Josh Hart play Tyrese Halliburton more and have Mikal Bridges try to guard Siakam and see where you get with that. Mikal Bridges was focused on Halliburton the whole time, and you're leaving Cat on the island with Siakam. That was a huge mismatch. Big reason why Pascal Siakam was Eastern Conference Finals MVP. So I thought the Cat move overall was good, but yes, he did get exposed when the Eastern Conference Finals started.
Well, James Dolan. I mean, this guy, it's shoot, ready, aim. You don't know what you're getting from this guy. And they have been lost at sea like Texas football was from Mac to Sarkisian.
Oh,
I mean, and it takes alignment of leadership to get it right. And as long as James Dolan is involved, I don't know. It's not been a good job. Like,
it's a tough job.
Huh?
It's a tough gig.
Right. And no one wanted to work for James Dolan. That's the other thing. It's like, you gotta consider, who wants the job, who wants to work for James Dolan. Guy's a nut farm.
Let's bring in Hope and Jim, guys. Patrick, Matt, what's up, fellas?
What's up,
How's it going, guys? Yeah, and look, I can agree. James Dolan is a crappy owner. I'm fully on board on that one. But look, reality, Tom Thibodeau was never winning a title with the Knicks. He wasn't. And that's why he's gone. It's as cut and dry as that. As good as he was, he's not one of the best 3 or 4 teams in the East. They've got 6 players that are on that team that are good. 5 of them cost a lot of money. And, they're not going to give a coach if he can't make one player step up above their salary. Not one player in that series stepped up above his salary. And that's why you get fired. I mean, Mitchell Robinson.
But who are they going to get?
I agree, but they don't care. The problem is, if you
gotta care, you got a team that's capable of winning.
You don't, but you have a team that's capable of getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. This isn't a team that's going to win unless they find the guy. But I mean, that's the problem is, if you're in the East right now, you have to find somebody with a vision. And I don't think Tibbs had the vision. I think Tibbs just kept going. Now, I would have kept Tibbs personally because until you have the better option, I don't get rid of somebody. I think you're right, that James Dolan did it way too fast. But at the same part, they're going to do something. I mean, the fact that they traded for Cat in this offseason, the fact they traded for Mikal Bridges, this Knicks team is dead set on we're going to spend the money to go get people. But it really feels like they were just set out, and Tibbs is never going to win it because he's not coming with the ideas to fix it. He's just in there.
They just need a couple of depth pieces.
Yeah, and he was supposed to make those, and he doesn't play anybody. So you can't build depth if you do not play your depth. Larry Shamet will never be anybody if he plays 8 minutes a season. And, there's a few guys on that team that they thought maybe could do some, and they played 3 minutes a game.
What's Monty Williams doing these days?
Hey, enjoying his retirement right now. He's just
Monty's killing.
Monty's got some money. He's doing good.
The Knicks need to hire Jason Kidd so that we can kickstart.
There's rumors.
Kickstart the Nico exit much sooner than expected.
They're gonna go out and get Jay Wright, Nova Knicks all the way. Get DiVincenzo back. Just go full board Nova Knicks.
I love it. All right, we'll be back tomorrow.
Appreciate you guys. Always a great lead-in with the guys over there with Chip and Zay. Welcome in to Open Gym here in a Wednesday afternoon edition here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And yeah, CB. Yeah, coaches don't keep coaches in the NBA anymore. That's why it's really not surprising. It's because as someone who's followed the NBA and done all this, it's just not surprising to see coaches go anymore. It's very few teams keep them. And so it's not surprising that the Knicks did it. I probably wouldn't have if I was running the organization, but I also wasn't in those meetings. So I don't know what Tibbs said in those meetings or what the player said to piss him off. But yeah, I agree. That's just the way the NBA is now.
Before this, last few weeks with the Memphis coach and then Mike Malone at Denver and now Tibbs, the NHL was probably the most volatile head coaching job that you could have in American professional sports. NBA starting to get close, man. NBA starting to get close.
And I mean, college sports is coming right that way. The more money that's in college sports means if you're only making it just makes those low pay jobs. You make $2 million a year, completely expendable at any time. So if we don't like what's happening, we'll just let you go and go get somebody else. And we saw with Rodney Terry, and I know that there's a whole different story behind that one, but that was quick. If you just in the history, if you go back in 10, 15 years without context and look at the Texas coaching staff, you'd be like, wait a minute. So they got rid of Shaka and they maybe kept him for a little too long, but a good amount. And then you go Chris Beard, Rodney Terry, and then you're on to Sean Miller real quick. And without context, it'll seem crazy in the past. With all the context, you understand it a little bit more. But it is teams are moving off from people a lot faster than they used to.
Yeah, and I'm fine with it. Find the right guy. Like, if you don't win, you're not doing what you're supposed to do. Take a hike, as long as you don't have a $75 million buyout.
Yeah. Well, you just have to have that Bill Belichick buyout where it's like, we just don't want the NFL to hire you. So it's like exorbitant and then down to 1 million now.
Yeah.
After the NFL has all their coaches hired.
Yeah. The Bill Belichick post June 1 thing is very, very interesting. I'll tell you that.
It's a weird one of those weird buyouts that we'll always look at.
If he starts 0-3,
no, I mean they'll keep him for a year.
I don't know, man. $1 million, that's nothing in a buyout.
I get that, but you also are going to ruin your reputation as a school.
But he's already ruined his reputation with everything that's going on.
Oh no, he has. I'm saying UNC has not. They haven't ruined UNC's reputation. Because
what's funny save a little face by getting rid of him is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, they'll take all the media for it and then be like, all right, we'll figure it out and then go hire a real coach. It was a fun year. We tried that to hire Jordan Hudson's man to be our coach. It's gonna be a good one today. We're gonna get into a little college baseball or a little college football, a little pro football. Maybe we'll throw in some NBA at the end if we get to it. We didn't get to it yesterday. We didn't get to too much of the NBA trade rumors that I've been hearing bandied about. And then we're gonna get you ready. We'll have softball tonight. Getting ready for that big softball Texas Tech matchup. I'm still super curious to see what the fan attendance is in OKC tomorrow, especially because the finals are there as well. And so how much does that hamper? How much is that a crossover? How much do people just not even want to get out? Because, I mean, it's Oklahoma City. I don't know what the traffic like is in Oklahoma City. I don't know. I've never been. I don't know how spread out it is. I don't know if those are in two completely separate areas where the traffic wouldn't even be a problem. Because if you're like, well, there's someone downtown and someone at the Dell Diamond, that traffic doesn't necessarily matter, right? So I don't know how close they are.
The only place I've ever been to in Oklahoma is Durant, so I can't really speak to the traffic in Oklahoma City or anything like that.
Were you trying to be as Texas as you could while you were there?
I was I was like 17 years old, and we were there for a high school basketball tournament.
Okay.
And I had to stay in a hotel, a double bed hotel room with two other guys. And the one guy had to sleep on the floor, and it was. They didn't give you
the cot.
No, there was too many. There was like 30 of us there, so I think they ran out of cots, and the trainers and the managers didn't get the preferential treatment of the of the cots. So.
I like that they were still like this. I guess in high school that is a little bit more of like, no man, I'm not sleeping in the same bed as another dude. I've slept in the same bed as another dude plenty of times in my life because of those hotel situations and doing it. And you're like, yeah, we just are gonna go to sleep. This is not complicated. There's a bed or there's the floor. You know what? It's not my homophobia was not going to stop me from sleeping in a bed. I'll put it that way.
I got a bed, so I was fine with it.
Yeah, I never had a problem with sharing the bed on the road because you were just like, yeah, it's a million, especially because some of the places you're staying, you're like, that floor is, I mean, the bed is kind of gross, much less the floor.
Yeah, but I mean, when you're 17 years old, you don't really realize how gross the floor is.
You don't realize how gross everything is when you're 17 because you yourself are probably a walking pile of gross. That is what most 17-year-olds, that smell you get when you like when a group of like high schoolers that are just hitting puberty walks into a room and it's a unique smell that you're like, oh, what is that smell? Oh, it's just people who have no clue how bad they stink yet and no clue how to do anything about this. And you want to go over and just be like, I'm not trying to be mean, but you all need to shower and use products to trust me. No girl wants to talk to you like this. It's gross. But that is, yes, 17, a pile of gross just walking around. Let's get into it, Matt. I wanted to get into something. I saw, did you see Ryan Day's comments today?
I did not.
To the media. Ryan Day's comments to the media was, I thought we had moved past the 4-4-2-2-1 plan that they had been kind of pitching as of late. But then Ryan Day has come back out and said, no, that is the best plan. It makes the most sense. There's nothing that makes any more sense. This is the way it should be. It should be the Big Ten deserves 4 automatic qualifying bids. And this is why one of the reasons I don't like Ryan Day, because he says stuff like this, which puts him in the Lincoln Riley camp, which puts him in all those other camps of guys who don't want to earn it out on the field. They want to be handed something because that's why they took this job, was because it comes with something, and it comes with the ability to be able to do it. And what his excuse was not only we have all these great teams, which is BS, and we know it. You're very top heavy. You said that. Good face, good chest, not much else. That is the Big Ten. And they are, but his excuse for it was, well, we brought in these teams from the Pac-12. If there was a 5 conferences, then they would get 2 bids too. So it's kind of like we're even shorting us bids, because we would get our bids plus their bids. So that's like 4 automatic bids. And you're like, that's not how any of this works. You can't just keep making crap up like this and say, well, we got those teams and they're not good enough to compete here. Oregon is, but USC isn't. And that's the only 2 we're really talking about coming over from there. And so if you want to say Oregon, but that's 1. And that's 1 of your 4. Like, stop it. Just stop with this BS that you deserve. There's no conference that deserves 4 automatic qualifying bids. Not 1. And the SEC will have plenty of bids. But they don't need 4 automatic qualifiers because they'll be just fine without them.
Yeah, they'll get 17 teams in anyway. I mean,
exactly.
Let's turn the clock back to 2022, Patrick.
Yeah.
And if Ryan Day is making this argument, yes, Oregon is not in the conference at this point. But if you look at the Big Ten in 2022, Michigan was ranked number 3. They went 13-1. Ohio State was ranked number 4. They went 11-2. Penn State was number 7. They went 11-2. That's 3 teams that make it. You know what the next best team in the conference was?
I don't.
The Purdue Boilermakers, who went 6-3 in conference and 8-6 overall.
Yes. That team's in the playoffs now?
I mean, Oregon. Listen, Oregon absolutely is deserving of a conversation as one of these teams who can make the playoff every single year.
Yes.
We have no idea what they're going to be this year because they have a new quarterback, they have a bunch of new players, and they could very well go 8-4, 9-3.
Yeah.
Does that team still deserve to make the playoff in that situation? Hell no.
No.
The Big Ten could eat itself alive, just like the Big 12.
But even then, we're talking Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon. Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon. Yeah. Ohio State. Michigan, that's 3. It's
Michigan's
3.
Michigan's going to be 8-4, 7-5, probably.
Yeah, you're like, okay, if Michigan's back up in there, then they get a bid, but they don't get an automatic bid. And you can go, well, Indiana should have been in last year. No, because all you're doing now is really making everybody know, do not play any non-conference games. Hey, Big Ten, don't play any non-conference games. Schedule the weakest non-conference ever, because it's your best chance to make it in is to schedule no non-conference and be a 9-3 team, because you just got a lucky schedule in the Big Ten and you didn't play anybody outside of it, and you're ranked number 37 in the country, and yet you still get in. Like, it sucks.
The only automatic qualifying bids should be conference championships. That's the only thing that should be able to get you in. Outside of that, it should be completely up to the committee and the rankings.
I agree.
In that situation, maybe this year the Big Ten gets in 5 teams.
Maybe. I mean, they don't, but maybe.
But maybe they do. And in that situation, you have a chance to get more teams in because it's just the top. And we're talking about the 5-11, 16 model. Like that, in that situation, it makes sense. But the SEC doesn't need a single automatic qualifier, because they're always going to have a team up in the top 5. And in the bizarre situation that the SEC falls off and they don't have a top 5 team, they're still going to have a top 10 team, or they're still going to have a top 15 team. So this whole 4 + 4 + 2 + 2 + 1 thing, or whatever it is really just an excuse to not to have to play tough football. Like you said,
it's a mulligan.
Let's not schedule Texas in our opening game. Let's not
Well, and
let's not schedule Oklahoma if we're Michigan. Let's just go ahead and
it's
schedule
really-
North Dakota.
And really, it's a cheap way out of ruining college football by saying we deserve mulligans. We're in a better conference. We deserve mulligans. We deserve the opportunity that if Ohio State does get upset, it doesn't mean anything. That those upsets, which would be huge, mean absolutely nothing to us. We're getting in whether you like it or not every single year because we'll only be a 2 or 3 loss team. But even if we lose that game to Purdue or we drop one to Northwestern, who cares? We're still getting in because that one doesn't matter anymore because we have an automatic qualifier. We'll be at least the 4th best team. We're not dropping from preseason number 3 to out of the top 4 teams in the Big Ten. We're just not. So we know that we're fine if we have an automatic qualifier. I will get in every time. I'll keep my job. Screw competitiveness. Screw, competition. Screw having fun and making these games matter. In fact, you know what? Why don't we just pre-pick the top 4 teams at the beginning of every year? The rest of them don't even have to field a team. It'll be cheaper that way. And then we can get those players over on our team. It's what he wants. Like Ryan Day, if you told Ryan Day, you don't have to play this season, you make the playoffs, he would take it. Lincoln Riley would too. And it's a cheap way out. It's a cheap way out.
What I don't understand is why all of these coaches from everywhere other than the SEC is fine with it. Every coach that I've seen, even Lane Kiffin, is the one who's at the spearhead of this 5+11 model, right?
Well, Lane Kiffin said just let the 16 best teams get in.
That's what I'm saying. So like,
yeah, he didn't say I need qualifiers, but
16 best teams that includes conference champions more than likely. Anyway, why do all of these other conferences and these other head coaches from the Big 10 and the Big 12 and the ACC, why are they so against just, hey, this is the tournament to decide who the best team in college football is. We need the 16 best teams in the country to decide who the best team is.
Yeah.
It's because they know that they're more than likely not the best team.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you're Ohio State or unless you're Texas or Georgia, maybe Penn State, you don't those are the only teams who right now are like, we have a chance to be the best team in the country.
Yeah.
Everyone else is just scratching and clawing their way into getting some sort of way to get into the playoff because they know they're not good enough otherwise. And they know that their school is not going to get the money from it.
And we also know that there's something in the Big Ten of guys like Ryan Day or anybody. And Ryan Day is just the one who came out today because that's why I wasn't picking on him. He came out and said this today. But he's one that goes, no, put in Illinois. Put in Indiana. They'll be the team that we'll face in the first round. We'll play them in the first round. It's an easy win for us. We'd prefer to have automatic qualifiers because it means we can knock off that crap team in the first round. It makes our job that much easier. If you don't put in Tennessee or Ole Miss or South Carolina or somebody else who's just right outside that gate because they might play us tough. But if you want to put in a team that's 22nd, 23rd in the country, and we'll go beat them. So it gives us an easier matchup in the first round too. It helps us on both ends. So it helps if we miss a game or something like that, we're still in. And then if we're good, we get a bye in the first round basically because we're going to play someone who's not as good. There's just all the reasons not to do it. So I want to do this with you, Matt. We've predicted what the college football playoff would be, but I wanted to look at it. So I did mine of predicting a 4-4-2-2-1 playoff. So a 16-team playoff with 4-4-2-2-1, then the 3 at-large bids at the end. But it's a 4-4-2-2-1. I wanted to look at it to see how different it would be. And would it be better or worse than what we're dealing with right now? And so looking at it in that sense, because I was like, look, as much as we can talk about it and think it's bad, which I do think it's bad, and after looking at it, I still think it's bad. It's like, well, maybe it brings us something special. It doesn't. Just spoiler alert, it doesn't. But we can go through. We'll just go through yours first, Matt. And we'll see if I can go through mine real quick if we go after it. But I really want to get to who are the teams that get in, and then that first round of games, because that to me was kind of the biggest change. So once I got to the second round of games, it wasn't really that different. But it was really who gets in that first round of games.
Okay. I'm not quite done with my list.
Okay, it's fine because we're just gonna go. Yeah, yeah.
It's really hard for me to say.
It is.
Who I mean, because it's really easy outside of the Big Ten for me.
Okay.
It's the fourth Big Ten team that I'm just like, I have no idea who that's going to be.
Yeah. So I just took a stab. See, what was hard for me was ranking the bottom 4. I mean, really 10 teams by 6 teams of this. That was really the difficult part, was ranking the bottom 6 teams, because you're like, well, now I'm not ranking 1 through 16. I'm ranking, 10 through 22 and trying to figure out which teams are going to be in it and which teams are not. Like, where does your group of 5, are they still the 16th seed, or are they ahead of some of these automatic qualifiers?
So, okay, let's try to make it through this without throwing up all over ourselves, because
it's not that terribly different once you get past the first round. It's just a dumb first round.
So I'm just going to go through. I'm going to tell you who I have making it first.
All right, yeah, okay.
Let's do it that way. So in the SEC, I have, and this is the 4-4, 2-2-3 or 2-2 whatever.
Yeah, 2-2-1-3, 2-2-1-3. Yeah.
So I have Texas, Georgia, Alabama, LSU as the 4 SEC teams. I have Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State. This is not in an order necessarily.
Yeah.
Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, Michigan, because I didn't know who to put as the 4th Big Ten team. Because
I put Illinois in there because I put Illinois because their schedule's really easy.
Yeah, I guess
that's the reason. I just put them in because their schedule's easy, and this is kind of how a team with an easy schedule gets, backdoored into the college football playoff.
Okay, so I'll put Illinois instead of Michigan. And then ACC, I have Clemson, Miami. Big 12, I have Arizona State and BYU.
Okay.
My group of 5 team is Memphis.
Yep.
And then outside of that, it's like Ole Miss, South Carolina, and I couldn't come up with a 16th team.
Notre Dame.
I guess Notre Dame. Yeah.
Notre Dame.
I mean, I don't know what to think of Notre Dame because they lost so much.
They did, but I'd still put him in this as for the experiment. I have him in mind as well.
Okay,
but
we'll put Notre Dame then. We'll put Notre Dame then. But then how you seed that is, okay, I know what my top 4 seeds are.
Yeah.
My top 4 seeds are Texas, Clemson, Penn State, and Georgia.
Yeah, which is pretty much mine. I have Ohio State instead of Penn State, but same difference.
Yeah. Okay. So like we're
and then Penn State's my 5
point.
Yeah, exactly. So we get through that, but then it starts to get worse. I'll go through mine to show you. So once we get down, my 10 is Kansas State, my 11's Ole Miss, 12 is SMU, 14's Tennessee, 13's Tennessee, 14's Tulane, 15's Arizona State, 16's Illinois. That's not much. So if I go through mine, I'll just go through the games I'll give you for the first round of games to give you an idea of the kind of what there could be in this first round. Is Texas versus Illinois. Who cares? Clemson versus Arizona State. I know Arizona State played Texas hard last year. Again, I don't really care for this game. It's not really a barn burner that I'm, staying up to watch. I mean, I'm going to watch it because of who I am, but I'm not the general fan. This isn't one that you're like, you have to watch this game. Ohio State versus Tulane. Not a game that it's going to be an overall sellout. Georgia versus Tennessee. It's an okay matchup, but Georgia's probably already won it that season. Penn State versus SMU. It's a Penn State game. Notre Dame versus Ole Miss. I mean, Notre Dame's probably going to walk away with that game. Oregon versus Kansas State. Oregon probably walks away with that game. And then my 8-9 was Alabama, South Carolina, and that just worked out, but that's your 8-9 game. It's supposed to be decent. But really, out of all of that, your top teams win all of those games. So you just made a bunch of players play an extra game, put the extra wear and tear on their body, get possible injuries and everything else. And none of those games were like marquee have to watch games. None of them were big names. It was 8 games that you're like, we could probably pick the outcome. Vegas betting lines are going to be over a touchdown on all of them. That's not what you want to have for a playoff game. And so once you get past that, you get into a regular playoff now with Texas versus South Carolina, Clemson versus Oregon, Ohio State versus Notre Dame, Georgia, Penn State. You're into a regular playoff after that first round. So it's not like it ruins everything. But at the same point, you're just saying There's teams that don't deserve to be in it that are in it for whatever weird reason. And like, again, this is awkward. If you just did it top 16 teams, it's pretty awkward because there's teams that don't need to be in it. 12 was 12. You're like, well, Boise State doesn't really need to be in this, but let the kids play. We'll have some fun. There's some schools in here that we don't really need to have in here, but they can play. When you get to 16, it's just way too many. And then you throw in the fact that first round, when you try and put it out, I don't know if there's really any upsets in the first round. If there's no upsets, why are they in there? And I get it's college football. There's upsets on any given day. That's what you're supposed to have during the whole damn regular season. That's why the rights cost so much. That's why we're all paying to see it. If we try and take that away, what's the point? Like, what are we doing? We're moving backwards.
Okay, so in this situation, do the top 4 teams get the bye?
No, 16 teams. Everybody plays week 1.
Okay, so then this is what I reshuffled mine a little bit. I went and looked at my 12-team prediction, and I just added 4 more teams.
That's basically what I did too.
Okay, so I would have Texas and Memphis in the first round. Easy Texas win. Clemson versus Ole Miss in the first round. That's a tough one. Ole Miss is a number 15 team. It should be, but Clemson still wins.
It'll be, it is a what, Vegas 6.5 point game? Maybe 7.5?
Yeah, maybe. Somewhere around a touchdown. Then you have Penn State and Arizona State in the next round. Penn State wins that game. Georgia, Miami, and that's a tough one.
12-point line on that one, 12.5 points, 13.5.
It's a double-digit line.
Yeah.
But there's
Miami's not a pushover, but it is Georgia's going to win.
Yeah. And then you have Notre Dame and Illinois. I think that Notre Dame wins that game pretty easily.
Yep.
Ohio State, Iowa State. Again, best team wins there. LSU, Alabama. That's probably the first game where there's a chance for an upset.
And it's an SEC game.
And it's an SEC game, and you can flip those. Like, Alabama very well could be the number 7 seed, and LSU could be the number 10 seed. And it's, and then the next game's Oregon, South Carolina. South Carolina has a chance to beat Oregon.
Yeah, but again, 8-9 games are supposed to be that way.
Right. So
the 8-9 games should be close. If you've done your rankings correctly, the 8-9 game should always be close because it means otherwise you have a perfect 8 teams, and why do you need the other 8? But no, I'm with you. It's just like, but if you take that, maybe the 8-9 game is an upset. Which, okay, get that game out there. But the rest of them we don't need to play. It's another game of wear and tear on your roster. It's more injuries. It's beating up your roster a little bit more. It's not another bye week. I get it's about revenue. I get it's about TV dollars. But at a certain point, when are we just pushing this so far? We don't care what product we put out there. We don't care if it's the top 16 best teams. We just need to put a product out there, and everybody needs to be represented so all the networks can get their games in, and it's literally just about TV viewership and has nothing to do with the game itself, because that's what the 4-4-2-2-1 system is. The 5-11 is still too much. The 16-team playoff is still way too much. 12 was plenty. 12 was overflowing. 12 was already a buffet. You feel bad when you leave. But it was fun while you were there.
So let's just say I'm gonna go all the way through. Okay. Let's say that Alabama beats LSU. You get an upset in the first round, which is what you dream of in this situation, right?
Yeah, but it's an SEC upset.
Right, but it's still technically an upset because of the seeding. So then you have Texas and Oregon in the next round, Clemson versus Alabama, Penn State versus Ohio State, Georgia versus Notre Dame. Those are better games, and that should probably just be the 8 teams that get in the first place.
Yes. We've gotten there, man. The second round's fine because the best 8 teams are in it. And I get you're saying, well, maybe there's an upset. And you go, okay, let's have all of those first games have upsets. Is there any more upsets? No. If we say the bottom 4 teams all win, so it's not even 16. We'll say 1 through 4 wins, and then 5 through 8 loses, right? So 1 through 4 wins, 5 through 8 loses. Does 1 through 4 lose in the next round? No.
Nope.
Like
Maybe.
it's exponentially, but no, I mean, like
I mean, there's a chance that Ohio State beats Penn State, but that's about it.
no, but I'm saying, but no, we're talking about 1 through 8 versus 5 through, like, so if 1 through 4 was playing 9 through 13.
Oh, I see.
1 through 4 is still beating 9 through 13, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, 1 through 4 is still beating 8 through 12, let alone 9 through 13.
Yes, they're beating all of them, right? So it is silly to just keep doing this to go, well, maybe where somebody, and I get the situation where if you're to say, well, this team lost their quarterback for 3 weeks during the season, they lost 2 of those games, but they're really a good team, so they'd slide in as that 4th one, and you go, I get that sucks. Like, I get that sucks. But also, that's not how college football works. And why are we trying to work a workaround for something that is a possibility that may happen once every 5 years instead of just trying to get the best product on the field?
And we already kind of got an example of this in a 4-team playoff.
Yeah.
Because Florida State lost their quarterback.
Yes.
Everybody was furious that they didn't get in because they're like, oh, well, this guy got hurt, so they're not the same team.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we're still a really good team. We still have this other quarterback, and we went undefeated. We should get in. And then they went to a game against Georgia outside of the playoff, and they got absolutely eviscerated, which had Jordan Travis played in that game, the score is probably still 65 to 20 something because they couldn't stop Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, and I get players left that team early, and there was other things that went on with it, and the mental, but you were still losing it with Jordan Travis, still losing that game by double digits. So even with it all said, and I know they'll never admit it because that's not look. It just is what it is. That team wasn't the team of destiny without Jordan Travis. But look, we talked about it the other day with Lenore Sellers, and I'm like, sometimes there are those quarterbacks that elevate a team overall and make them something special and get the run. And he just ran out of juice before. And it sucks so much what happened to Jordan Travis. Then it sucks that he had to retire basically from all football because of that injury. But that doesn't change the fact of using that as the excuse of, well, Florida State should have had a shot. Well, did they have any shot to win? No, they had 0% chance of winning a national title. Even if you put them in that 4, they were going to get smoked in the first round. You can put it into TCU and say that TCU was the reason that they got into they were in, that's a reason why we should have on, because who knows what TCU could do. TCU got into a 14 playoff. Like, they got into that. Mm-hmm. That's why they were in, because they were good enough to get into that playoff.
And then they got destroyed in the national title game.
They did. But that was the year that they beat Michigan, right? That TCU beat Michigan?
I believe they beat – I can't remember.
I think they beat – because I think this falls into the sign stealing thing and the rumor that TCU people put out there afterwards.
Yeah. Wait. I think they beat Michigan, yeah.
Because I believe the rumor was that, they beat Michigan to go on and play – in the national, and the 51-45 win over Michigan. And the rumor was that they had basically given Michigan fake signs. And so they knew there was sign stealing going on. And so they gave them fake ones, and that gave them the advantage. That was the rumor. Who knows how true that is?
It's and how much that's a little bit true.
But that they were like, they're going to try and do these things. So we already know what they're doing to kind of cheat. So we'll just feed into it. It kind of goes into that Mike Leach dropping the play sheet, the first 40 plays or whatever on the field for Tom Herman to go pick up and bring to Mac Brown. And they realized like 8 plays in that it was a fake play sheet. And they ran everything the opposite direction of that play sheet back when he was with OU. So that's like that kind of thing. It goes on in college football. That was the rumor. I heard that also after the Connor Stallion stuff. So it could have all just been, vengeful people about Michigan. But that, the TCU team made it in without a 16-team playoff. So if we want to say, well, a team like TCU could never make it, they did. They made it before it went to 16 teams. So because they could have.
Why? They won all of their games.
Yes.
I think they had 1 loss that year going into the college football playoff. Maybe they were undefeated in the regular season. I think they may have had 1 loss. Texas almost beat them.
Let's see at 2022. Is that the 2022 or 2021 TCU football
2022.
schedule? Yeah, they lose to Georgia 65-7 in the championship game, but they won every game except for the Big 12 championship game. They lost to Kansas State the last game of the year.
Yeah, and they still were able to make it in, even without being a conference champion, which is ridiculous.
Yes, because they beat Kansas State earlier in the year, but Kansas State beat them 31-28 in overtime, and they still made it, and they won the game. But that was already fixed. Like, that wasn't even a problem then. And now we're talking about, and then Georgia was, but then there was another year that Georgia was pissed off that they didn't. Georgia was pissed off when Florida State got in, and that's when they beat the crap out of Florida State. When they thought they should have been in that one as well. And Alabama got in ahead of them. But yeah, that's when, they beat Texas 17-10 that year. It's a bad year. That was the one where, everything was set up, and then Sonny Dykes came in, but he can't recruit, so he came in and took a really good roster, and then everything went downhill extremely quickly after that championship run.
Yeah, I mean, look, moving things to a 12-team playoff has already ruined college football, in my opinion. It's still great.
I don't think it's ruined it. It hurt it. It hurt it. It did ruin it.
It's still great. It's still the best regular season in sports. It's still an amazing sport. But it took it from, every single game on your schedule matters to, we can lose a couple. We'll still get in. And that is a problem.
Well,
we can still win a national title if we lose 2 regular season games.
So I don't think it does it so much to the teams or the players. I think it does it to the fan bases. That the fan bases, it's very different. So there's some things I kind of like about it because it does make it so that your season isn't over week 5, where Texas had that where you're like, well, we lost OU. It was fun, but it's over now. Like now it's just, can we win our conference? But now the conference championships don't matter as much. You don't really care about that as much. But no, I mean, you'd sit with fans from other teams, and they don't take the losses quite as hard as they used to, because the losses used to be devastating. That's our season. And now a loss is, okay, what's the path to the playoff? Where is the path to the playoff? Now, that did lead to way more excitement down the stretch, because instead of 2 teams or 4 teams that you are really watching, and maybe 5-6 teams you were really watching to see if they get in, you're watching, a lot of football at the end of the year to see who's going to be in. I think 12, again, I'll say 12 is a buffet. 12 is a buffet. When you're in it, it's a lot of fun. And then you leave and you're like, it wasn't as, maybe I overrated that a little bit. Maybe we could have eaten a little less. That last plate I didn't need. I didn't need that last plate of it. And that's kind of what the 12 team, it feels like 8 teams would have been it. 8 teams would have been, it's still a lot. It's still plenty. That 7-8 team are never going to win it, but it's kind of fun to have that many teams. And then we got to 12, and you're like, well, now we know the bottom half of this bracket's never going to win a national championship ever. And I mean, as long as now this is probably only going to be 16 teams for 6 years until they add more teams onto it and there's something else changes, because that's how college football has been going lately. But I will be shocked if a bottom 6 team, or well, I'll say now if we go to 16, bottom 8 team is to ever win this thing. I don't think anyone in the lower half of the bracket's ever going to win it. So why are we there? Why are they there?
I think that there's a scenario where a number 16 team beats a number 1 team one time.
Yeah. I mean, we see it in college. We see it in college basketball. There will be huge upsets. Those upsets are then eradicated before the finals. So if you want to say it's fun for us to put in spoilers, all right, that's your new plan, is let's put in a spoiler to kind of take away the best game of the season, which should be the national championship. But I mean, okay, fine, go win the games. If you can't win the games, you can't win the games. That's the way it is. But I think you could have that with the 8. I think you could do it with 8 teams just as easy. Like, I think it's just as easy with 8 to do it with 16.
Of course it is. 8 teams is the way to do it. It has always been the way to do it. But we're going to move to 16 teams in like 2027, 2028, something like that. And then 4 or 5 years later, they're going to be like, no, we need 20 teams in. And then a few years later, after, no, we need 24 teams in.
Yeah. No, it
And it's
is.
just-
And so, no, a 16 can be to 1 because in a 12-team playoff, ones get buys. In a 16, no one gets buys. Rodney,
Yeah.
no one will get a buy in a 16 because bracket-wise, it doesn't work that way. Like, you can't make it work. So you still have to have those teams play out. So in a 16-team playoff, there's still no buy. There's just no buy games. Unless there's bye weeks and you're making these teams from 4 to play 3 games to get to play a 1, which seems absurd because if you were to do it to not have those, then you have to basically have the bottom 4 play 2 games to get in, like to make it the numbers work out. You just basically have to play 1 through 16, or else you're really, really, really not giving a crap about these players' safety, which you already don't. But to go out to a group of 5 team and say, so you haven't played much all season. If you want to play at the 1 seed and get creamed, you're going to have to win 4 games. And then you'll actually enter the real brackets. All your players will be hurt and no one's going to be able to make it. And all their NFL careers will be hampered by this because they're just going to kill themselves doing it. By the way, the championship game will be in March.
Football all year, Patrick. That's about the
Football
only
all year,
positive
man.
thing that could come from it. We have to start the season on August 1st and end it on March 31st every year.
Yes. No, I'm it's just such a crazy. It's crazy, but yeah, Ryan Day coming out with it. And Ryan Day, you just want to be like, read the room, Ryan Day. Read the room, man. Nobody wants this. Nobody wants this except for you guys who are just being too wimpy because you're like, we deserve 4. And you're like, you deserve 3. You've never had 4 good teams in the Big Ten. You've only had 3. So you don't deserve 4. 3 is your max. And we shouldn't be doing those out because it's just silly to say, well, we need this in 5 years. We need this. It's important to the sanctity of the game that we get a 4th automatic qualifier. Any conference saying that. The SEC saying it too is stupid. If your teams all beat each other up, tough. Figure it out. And then next year come back and be better. It's not that complicated. I did want to hit this with you too, Matt. We talked a little bit about the ESPN FPI yesterday, but we didn't go into too much of some teams that maybe we thought were way too high ranked and some teams that maybe weren't ranked or we think should be on it. So I wanted to go back because I got some people talk to me yesterday about this, about looking at the teams on there because in the big talk, of course, which we knew was going to be, was that Texas is overranked. And not even maybe overranked, but overrated, which I know feels like the same thing, but they're basically saying they shouldn't be running away with it this far, that they're the number 1 team. Paul Feinbaum said, screw that. I'm going to try and jinx them and throw in that they're the front runner. Look, I'll be perfectly honest. This is where I appreciate having an Arch Manning as our quarterback because you feel like this guy has lived most of his life as the front runner. You know, like having that last name, you've always kind of had these expectations on your shoulders. So he has a different way of dealing with it than maybe somebody who's coming up that, you know, people thought he was going to be good and then he's done really well, but he's not necessarily like the guy who from birth is supposed to be this. So I think that, you know, if there's one person I could believe could handle the adversity of being believed to be great, it's Arch Manning. And he's going to have to do it to get this team to where it needs to be. But let's go. Do you want to go undervalued or overvalued first, Matt?
Let's go over.
All right. Overvalued teams in the FPI National Championship odds. Who was your first team that you think is overranked?
Probably Alabama. And I do think Alabama's good, but are they better than Penn State, Oregon, Clemson? Probably not.
Yeah.
So they should be behind those 3 teams at least. I'd probably say Tennessee is another one for me. You know, without Nico Iamaleava, it's really hard to see them being a top 10 team. Auburn should not even be in these rankings. And like
no, they shouldn't be.
They're probably going to go 7-5 or 6-6 next year.
No, and having them ahead of South Carolina to me is crazy. But I think having them ahead of Oklahoma is crazy.
It is, and having them ahead of Florida is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Michigan, number 15, again, I think is way too high. Putting them above South Carolina, Oklahoma is ridiculous in itself. But, you know, I don't understand. Like, people are saying that Arch Manning is overhyped, right?
I mean, he is overhyped. But
yes,
because he's being hyped that much,
right? But
it is too much. But it's
but
not
just
his
go
fault.
with me here.
Yeah,
go with me here. One of the main reasons that Texas is ranked number 1 on these rankings is because of Arch Manning.
Yeah,
that's a major factor in it.
Mm-hmm.
But people are saying he's overhyped because he hasn't really done a whole lot, and he's only played a couple games, started a couple games, despite the fact that he lit up every team that he started against, and including UTSA, who he played 3/4 of that game. Michigan is ranked number 15 in these rankings, and they're going to start a true freshman quarterback that has never taken a college snap before. But Arch Manning's overrated. But this guy who's never thrown a college pass is fine.
Michigan also just lost the last pieces of their national championship team to the NFL draft. That loads last, like, really big pieces that stayed one more year. All those guys are now gone too.
Yeah. So, you know, be consistent about your complaints here. If you're like, especially if you're a Big Ten fan, like, why is Michigan, who has a quarterback who's never played a college game, going to be ahead in the rankings of a team like South Carolina, who has maybe the best quarterback in all of college football, and maybe one of the best offenses in all of college football?
I couldn't tell you, man.
DJ Lagway, also better than Bryce Underwood. Every quarterback below Michigan, their quarterback is better than Bryce Underwood at this moment, because he has never thrown a college pass.
I mean, how much has Julian Sayin played?
I mean, he's played college snaps.
But I mean, has he played as much as Arch Manning?
I don't think so.
Well, there's Ohio State for you.
But Ohio State has a ton of returning talent.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, if we're going to talk about quarterbacks, I'm just going to throw them in.
No, yeah, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. I think Ohio State's probably a little bit too high. But it's not like their roster is so much further below all these other teams in there. But the quarterback is a legitimate question. So should they be ahead of Penn State in these rankings? Probably not. I feel like Penn State has the advantage at every offensive position outside of Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, I'll throw you one more name that I think is a little overranked in this one. I think Miami's a little overranked at 8. I just don't see this Miami team taking that jump up to being the number 8 team in the country. I think it'll be okay, but like top 15, maybe top 20. Yeah, for sure. But I don't see top 8. And that goes into most undervalued too. Clemson's better than 7. So the fact that Clemson and Miami are 7 and 8, I'm like, I don't have those two teams really close to each other. Like, I don't think that they're right next to each other. I think Clemson's a better team. I think Miami's a worse team. I think it's pretty obvious of those two things. And maybe they'll prove us wrong out on the field, and maybe Carson Beck figures it all out and Kirby Smart was just holding him back. But it feels like that having those two teams next to each other, that really takes the over-under valued equation. And that one to me is the biggest split of, well, I don't think those teams are next to each other. I think there's a plenty of teams in between those two.
Yeah. Clemson, I would probably have all the way up at number 3, maybe number 2. Other undervalued ones, you know, I know you don't like them very much this year, but LSU is probably better than Notre Dame and Miami.
LSU is like what, 25th, 27th?
They're better than Tennessee. They're better than Texas A&M. South Carolina is woefully undervalued in these rankings.
Yeah. Yeah, like, for sure. Are there any teams here that you think should have had a chance? Maybe a team that, you know, Big 12, is there a team there that you think, all right, Big 12, there's a team that deserves to be in the top 20 conversation? Is there another ACC team or another Big 10 team you might throw into that top 20 conversation? I know there can't be another SEC team. There's like already all the SEC teams listed right there.
I mean, I would probably put Iowa State above Kansas State.
Okay.
but that's about it. I can't think of another ACC team. I can't think of another Big 12 team. No.
All right. A little correction there of the FPI rankings that we looked at yesterday. Yeah, I'm with you that I get there's analytics in it, and I think I kind of wanted to do that too, to just show you you take everything with a grain of salt when they say the good things about Texas, and not just you, Matt, but everybody, about, when you see Texas ranked number one in all of these things, you go, well, some of these other rankings don't make enough sense to me to look at this as Texas is the best offense, Texas is the best defense. I value other people's opinions get thrown into these things, because I think Texas is in the conversation for the best offense in the country. I think Texas is in the conversation for the best defense, but for them to kind of pull away from everything so heavily, maybe question the analytics of this a little bit more. And when you see some of these other teams, what they're ranking, and to see an Auburn get ranked up that highly really makes you question some of the parameters of what they're entering in. And and then see Clemson and Miami go. I don't know when the eye test, when we look at who has a better coach, it's Clemson. Who has a better talent on the roster, it's Clemson. Who has a quarterback who knows the system, has built everything, Clemson. I don't know what box Miami checks off to be near in that battle. And so there's just a few things when you look at a list like this that's
actually
good to keep in
Patrick.
Mind.
I figured it out. Scholarship Burt.
Scholarship Burt. That is the one. Do we know who Clemson's kicker is?
Scholarship Burt?
No, they don't have a scholarship Burt.
Oh, you mean Clemson's kicker? I have no idea.
Yes,
but obviously Scholarship Burt is so good, and Texas made such a mistake by letting him walk that they sent them all the way in.
I do really hope that he does well in Miami. I hope he does well. Nolan Hauser, I believe. Nolan Hauser maybe is their guy.
Maybe.
75% of field goals last year, 18 to 24. He was 8 to 10 from 10 to 29, 7 to 8, 3 to 30 to 39, 1 of 4, 40 to 49. But he did hit 250 plus yarders last year for Clemson. The haircut, no. I'm gonna give it to Scholarship Burt on the hair alone. Scholarship Burt's gonna get it done.
That's got to be it, man.
I don't know. I have to look up the Hurricanes depth chart. I don't know if they have another kicker on there. I'm assuming you don't transfer to a school if you're not the guy, right? You don't go from Texas to Miami.
And you transfer, or you're a kicker and a punter and you transfer, you expect that you're going to win the job pretty easily.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just stay where you are and you battle it out.
Or you go to another school that you have a chance to go play on. Let me look at this depth chart real quick for the place kicker. Burt Auburn is listed. They transferred in another guy too, though. So Carter Davis is who he's going to have to go against. That's another transfer they brought in. Came from Florida Atlantic. So that's who he's going to be competing with there at Miami. But Scholarship Burt is the guy leading the depth chart as of right now.
He is the key to this whole Miami conundrum.
That's it.
He's what is going to put them ahead and win them a national championship.
I like it. Let's take a break. Let's go ahead.
Just real quick. Imagine that Texas plays Miami in the college football playoff. And it comes down to a final kick for Miami. They're down 2. Final kick for Miami. Scholarship Burt trots out there. He's got a 27-yard chip shot to send Miami to the national title game. And he shanks it left.
Would you? All right, honestly, that all happens. Now, clearly, his yips are behind him. Would you? What would be your confidence level? Well, I'll go 35-yard field goal. Confidence level. Burt Auburn kicking against Texas to send you to a national championship. What's your confidence level as a Texas fan?
99%.
So much hate. Hair the dog's right. He's a national treasure, and you're gonna hate on him like that.
I don't hate Scholarship Burt. I think he's a great kid, and I think he deserves. I hope he does really well. But the yips are the yips, and you don't just recover from the yips.
But that's what I'm saying. If he's playing he's already recovered, clearly recovered from the yips from that point. He wouldn't still be their kicker. He wasn't our kicker in that game.
maybe their offense is so good that they don't
They
really
just
need
haven't tried
field
them all
goals
year?
until then. Yeah.
He's just been extra points.
There's been no pressure on them all year.
I love it. I love it. Let's take our break. We'll come back. We got our midweek movie review. The movie Miracle is what we reviewed this week. We'll get into that. I also want to get into some coaches on the hot seat in the NFL. Maybe talk a little trades, NFL trades. Maybe talk a little trades for NBA trades. We also may get into different play callers. I was looking at some of those new play callers. There's 12 new play callers in the NFL. So we may get into that discussion as well as we continue on. And of course, anything you guys want to talk about there on the chat, on the Coda text line, it's open 512-222-9328, or just drop it in the chat there on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and X. And if you're watching over on YouTube with us, we appreciate you watching. Make sure to like and subscribe. Tell all your friends because it helps us out a lot if you're enjoying the show. If you subscribe and like what we're doing. But we'll be back here in just a couple minutes and get into the movie review for the movie Miracle here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and relax the back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Wednesday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And since it is a Wednesday, that means it is time for the midweek movie review. Every week, Matt tries to bring me a little bit more culture into my life by showing me movies in the sports world that I maybe have never seen before, or maybe something maybe I've never heard of, but we'll try and get me some teach me about these movies. Tell me what was great about them. I will watch those movies as well, and then I will show Matt some movies too that maybe lower all of our collective IQs to try and get the room down to my level. That is what we do back and forth. This week, Matt chose the movie Miracle, about the 1980 U.S. hockey team having their miracle on ice. Matt, what is your review of this movie?
So I honestly had not seen this movie until since it had come out in theaters, I think. Maybe I'd seen it one other time since then. I was wondering if it was going to hold up, and I think it did. I thought it was extremely well done. I thought the hockey was really well done, which was my biggest concern going into a rewatch was would the hockey look ridiculous and like, unrealistic, and the skating and all that stuff. But thankfully, I thought it was all very well done and very good. And there's a reason for that, and I will get to it, I promise. There's a couple things that I really liked. I'll get to the first thing that I didn't like though. Early on, I thought the opening montage at the very beginning of the movie was far too long, and a lot of it was pointless. Like showing that Elvis died had nothing to do with this movie. Like, I get it was a big historical event.
I thought that was
very
sad,
but it's like, why are we putting that in our opening montage? The another thing I didn't like, they hired this guy to be their coach. They hired Herb Brooks to be the coach.
Yeah.
And every single person in this movie, every time Herb Brooks makes a decision, is constantly questioning him at every single turn. It's like, he's the coach. It should be his decision. Stop arguing with him. Even his wife was like, at certain points questioning his decision. Like, why are you like, what do you mean you can't pick up our son from football practice when you're preparing for the Olympics? What do you mean? It's like all that was all kind of ridiculous to me. Also, the Coneheads reference gave me nightmare fuel.
But it wasn't even the same. Like, it was way earlier Coneheads.
I know, but still, just the name Coneheads came up, and I immediately got nightmare fuel. Now I'm going to get into the things that I do like, though. Okay, first of all, I thought it was very well directed. I thought the cinematography was great. I thought Kurt Russell was fantastic as Herb Brooks, albeit a turned down version of Herb Brooks from everything I heard. I thought they did a really good job of hammering home how hard he was making this team work to get into good shape and to build chemistry. I liked how he wasn't going to be their best friend, and he was going to be the guy that was really hard on them and all that stuff. I love that. His pregame speech before the game against Russia in the semifinal game is one of the best sports movie speeches that I've ever seen. I thought that was fantastic. I loved how they brought Al Michaels' original Miracle Call back. Like, he came back for the movie and recorded a bunch of dialogue.
Yeah.
But then at the very end, you can tell it fades into the original call. I thought that was really cool and really well done. And then, I thought that, one of the interesting things about this movie too, that I had no idea, I thought all these guys were just actors. But I looked at the IMDb facts after the movie, and they didn't hire any actors except for one of the hockey players was a legitimate actor. Everybody else they hired for their hockey skills, which I thought was awesome. And it really showed, because all these guys could skate, all these guys could use their stick, all these guys could play. I think it was Jim, the guy that played Jim Craig, the goalie, was the only
I think it's just
legitimate actor of the play.
Because they could put a mask on him, so you could have another actor playing him in the scenes.
Bingo. Let's see what else I got here. The ticket prices were kind of crazy. Like, it says a $67 ticket for this game. It's like, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but back in 1980, if you adjust for inflation, that means that the ticket for the semifinal game was between $260 and $780, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
There was also a couple things that I looked up in the IMDb facts after this movie as well. That one of them was kind of sad. Herb Brooks actually died during principal photography of this movie, so we never got to see it. Which is pretty bad. That's really unfortunate.
They gave a little tribute at the end of it that they're like, this sucks that he died, but it was because it was like they mentioned that it was like he passed away before this, but I believe the line in the movie at the end of the movie was he didn't get to see it, he lived it.
Yeah, I thought that was a really nice, touching thing they did there. Let's see, what else do I have here? So they said that the 1980 team came out and said that this movie was extremely historically accurate. The only things that they kind of picked apart from the movie were that Herb Brooks was not at the Christmas party. They were not friends with him. They never hung out with him outside of playing hockey for him. And that his language had to be toned down immensely for the movie because everybody hated him. And he was just a very loud, mean person, apparently. And then let's see. Oh, that scene where he makes them skate the lines after they lose to tie with Finland or whatever it is.
Norway,
or Sweden, Norway. Is that who it is?
Yeah.
They actually really did that. And they filmed that scene for 12 hours a day over 3 days, skating line back and line.
Jeez.
So the reason I'm bringing all these things up is the lengths that they went to make this as historically accurate as possible and get every little detail right that they possibly could, I thought was great, because a lot of these movies that we've been watching, specifically on my end, have been like the sports aspects of them have been very sensationalized or changed for Hollywood. Like Friday Night Lights is a good example of that. And in this movie, they did the opposite. They came back and they said, no, we're going to make this exactly how it was, point for point, except for like a couple little things here and there. So I really appreciated that. Overall, really enjoyed it. I thought that the chemistry between all the players was great on screen, even though they didn't really have any acting skills. Like I said, I thought Kurt Russell did a great job. They did a really good job of making the Russians look just mean and evil and like assholes, which I thought was great. But yeah, I mean, overall great movie. I really enjoyed it. I know you're probably going to pick it apart, but it's I think outside of Warrior, this is probably my favorite movie that we've watched during this so far.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if you haven't watched a 2004 movie, Kurt Russell is the lead. He plays Herbs Brooks, the coach. In all reality for this, I get why some people would really like this. I don't care much for hockey. This was one of the most boring movies I've ever watched in my life. There was nothing in it that made me care about this movie at all. I agree with you. It was heavy-handed at the beginning. I don't want Disney to teach me history. So I'm like, this is just heavy-handed. I get you're trying to put out that you're trying to set the frame for it, but I don't really care. And like most of it, because there wasn't like there's inherent strife in it, but there's not. It's just you got to work hard for 2 freaking hours. You got to work hard 2 hours. Nothing happens. Nothing happens in the whole movie. They just go and then they win, which you knew they were going to win. It's like watching Titanic and it's just a guy eating for 2 hours. Like, oh, the deck's nice today on Titanic. There was at least a love story in Titanic. So to give you something else that happens, there's not really anything that happens in it. And like, because it is actually historically accurate, which is, again, I get why some people would enjoy this. For me, give me the 30 for 30, maybe 60 minutes. 60 minutes that you can go with commercials, 30 minutes, no commercials. And you can tell me the story. It's basically 4 to 6 bar stories put together over 2 hours. It's what the whole movie is. And the whole Norway thing, I hated it because it's the same crap that we get a coach fired for killing a kid every damn year in college, in some high school football, because he's like, run up that hill one more time and don't get any water. You know what actually happened in the movie? They did them in 15-minute sections, and they stretched and drank water in between. That's what actually happened. It was done safely and protected because the coaches weren't idiots. And then the movie, they were like, well, that's not cinematic to do it correctly. But they did it. And that's why I just hate it. It's because it's like sending this message. That's how you get toughness. It's not how you get toughness. Toughness is not made by killing kids.
That scene wasn't about toughness.
I get that. But that's what they portrayed it as. The scene is, then you find out that we're all together and he lets it go. And apparently it was 90 minutes. That's what actually happened. It happened over 90 minutes. They did shut off the lights. All of that is true, that it was 90 minutes. They shut off the lights. They were going in sections of having to do them for 15 minutes. And then the next group would have to do it for 15 minutes. And that went on for 90 minutes. That all happened. Historically, it happened. But it was just, at the end of the day, I get it. There was no point in it that actually even made me feel like rah-rah American, because like it's like it's happened. It was long enough ago now that I'm not going to, it's like the Cold War thing. It didn't stir up any of it in me. It just, like, I get it, but it was very middle American, like middle class white guy. It's what it was. And so it's like, it's cool. It just, for me, that didn't do anything. And that was the whole thing. So if that doesn't catch you, if it doesn't catch you in the first 15, 20 minutes, you're in for a long ride, because nothing else is going to happen in the rest of the movie.
Well, yeah, and I agree with that, because I think that the purpose of the length of the movie and everything that those players go through, it's not about building adversity necessarily.
Yeah,
it's about figuring out how this team came to be so close together.
Yeah,
where a bunch of college kids were so their chemistry was so high and they played so well together that they could beat the best team in the world.
Yeah, they weren't, and the Soviets also had lost before this, by the way, not to America, but they had lost like 3 or 4 times before this. They were starting to dwindle a little bit. Then they replaced their cores and they got much better. But it was still, like, I'm not trying to take away from it, because it was a historic win and they won the gold. And I'm not trying to take anything. On all reality, it was one of those movies that like 15, 20 minutes in, I was like, oh no, again, this is like Friday Night Lights. It was like, there's nothing in this for me. There's not going to be anything in this movie for me. And that's fine. There's supposed to be movies that have nothing in it for me, but there was nothing in that movie for me. It was 2 hours of a Disney movie about a sport that I don't really watch, about a bunch of people that are just not really like me. And so it just wasn't like, there was nothing to drag me in. There was no music in it. Like, there's no music to drag you into it, to kind of make you feel like, pull up those emotions. Like, you know, some of those movies are really driven on their soundtrack. Like, Remember the Titans. One of the best things about that movie is the soundtrack of the movie that makes, in certain things, they can tell the story through the music. And this doesn't really have any of that, which I get, because it was the 80s. And like, the 80s music maybe wouldn't have done it right. So I get what it is. It's a good, it does everything it does well. Like, I get, you shoot the Americans from a camera above them, and you shoot the Russians from a camera below them, and you do all the things to set it, to make it look like this matchup is an unbeatable one. And it was a big matchup. But yeah, this was another one of those movies, and I was like, this doesn't even need to make 90 minutes, because there just wasn't enough in it. Like, because it just was, it's going to work harder. And then, like, they showed we brought a guy in, but that felt like that was pace. Like, one of the reasons why I like comedy so much is because the pacing is way, way faster, right? It's supposed to be. But in pacing in comedy, there's pacing of like, hey, joke's got to hit here. We got to hit another joke here. And bad comedies don't do that, but comedies in general are trying to hit pacing a little bit faster. And this was a pacing of like, all right, every 10 minutes, let's do something. So in 10 minutes, we're going to show you that he has kids again. In 10 minutes, it'll be, we're going to put this guy on the bus for 10 minutes. We're going to have another guy come on the team, and the team's all going to get upset about it. And then they're going to nicely say, we don't want him to be there. And then the coach will nicely say, that's okay, we don't want to have him anymore. And that's the end of that 10 minutes of the movie. And like, so stuff like that, where you're like, I get it. And I'm with you. I'm glad that they kept it historically accurate. Because if they would have done it up more, I think that would have made the movie bad. Like, I think it would have gone from like a movie that's not for me to a bad movie if they would have tried to fake it and make it more interesting about these guys. But at the end of the day, not a bad movie at all. Just one of those ones where I go, I can't even really judge it because there's nothing in it for me. It wasn't meant for me. Never needed to watch it. Never will watch it again.
Eventually, one of these movies that I pick
will have somebody that
will have something in it for you. I promise. I'm trying to find it. I'm like, I thought that Creed was going to hit it because it has really good music in there. I thought you would enjoy that. I thought Friday Night Lights being simply about football would bring something out of you, but that's apparently the worst movie that's ever been made. But I'll find something. I just want to know what you have for me next because I'm dreading it already.
So this is the deal. I was gonna go. I was like, let's stick basketball one more time, and I looked at some of the basketball movies, and I don't want to watch another bad movie like that. And like, Simi Bro's not bad to me, but I didn't want to watch a movie. Like, I was like, some of the movies were gonna be bad, so I went away, and we'll go with a full classic movie. Say classic one. We're going to start getting into baseball, and we'll go with one of the most classic baseball movies of all time, Major League.
Okay. I remember liking Major League. It's been a while
Yeah,
since I've
Major
seen
League's
it.
awesome. Look, everyone can tell you Major League's awesome. It's a nice respite for all of us to watch Major League and get ready since basketball's ending, hockey's ending. We will get into baseball season next. So we can watch Major League. It's easy. I think it's available on YouTube too. So I think it's all available. Easy to watch, nice and easy. But yeah, that one's a much easier watch than some of the other ones I've put you through. So hopefully that'll be a fun one for you. And look, I don't think there's a character in that probably I associate with, but the pacing. I like the pacing much better. If that.
Oh, there's a character in that I associate with for sure.
Maybe the angry coach. Maybe that's as close as I can get. The guy who be yelling in a hospital bed. Maybe that is the closest thing. Let's see what the Major League runtime is. So this is the most important question. I did not look beforehand. Let's see our Major League movie from 1989. And it has a runtime of 1 hour 46 minutes. So we're getting a little long on this one. It's a little long for a Patrick pick. The extra 16 minutes on there.
That's the longest Patrick pick I think we have so far.
I know. I'm hoping those credits are about 26 minutes, but
I'm gonna warn you ahead of time, by the way.
Yeah.
I think that most of the movies that I pick from here on out are gonna be football movies.
Okay. That's good.
Because there's one basketball movie that I'm considering.
Well, I mean, the basketball's almost over. I just went baseball because we're getting into baseball and make it nice and easy. But football movies are always good.
There's one basketball movie I'm considering, but it's only because I have a family connection to that movie. And I don't know. I don't remember it being a very good movie, but I still want to watch it over again.
All right. We may go with that one time. But next week, we'll go with Major League. That was the review of Miracle and no, Hair of the Dog. Neither one of us are anti-American. We were rooting for the USA. But I don't watch hockey during the Olympics. I just don't really watch much hockey. So that was the other part is maybe you go through it and they're talking about these schemes. And I'm like, I have no idea if this is a complicated scheme or not. So I grew up in Austin, Texas. There's not hockey. There's not really ice skating rinks around here. I didn't grow up on skates. So it was never something that I really got into too much. And so I've watched some Stars games. Was more entertaining than what was happening in the movie because there's parody in it. If I didn't know what was going to happen in the movie, maybe it would have been different, but I know what's going to happen. So it takes a little bit out of it when you're like, all right, I know it's been pretty historically accurate so far, and I feel like I know where this is going. So but they did it well. Just, I'm just a grump who doesn't like movies. So that is why you get what you get on the midweek movie review of the film Miracle. If you guys have any movies, I keep asking you guys for movies, and then you throw in not real suggestions. You throw in dirty films, terrible films, nothing good in the comment section ever from you guys about what we should be watching next. But we're going to go with Major League. Look, everyone can agree Major League's really good. I don't think it has any actors that you really hate in it. I don't think the Coneheads are in it, so I think you're pretty safe.
No Dan Aykroyd, I'm probably good.
I find another Dan Aykroyd movie for you. Hating on Dan Aykroyd.
Okay, Dan Aykroyd or Will Ferrell.
I'm fine with both of them. I don't know how many movies they've done together, but we'll find one.
Zero. Because that will be my least favorite movie of all time, I'm sure.
Oh, man. What if you really just love that one movie?
Maybe.
The Dan Aykroyd movie, you got to watch Driving Miss Daisy. I feel like that is a different Dan Aykroyd that you would not be as aware of.
Yeah, maybe. I'm open to suggestions. I'm just tired of his. Anyway, I don't want to get into it on a Dan Aykroyd right here.
He's just afraid of he's afraid of Coneheads. That's all it is. He's afraid of Coneheads.
Still gives me nightmares to this day.
All right, Matt. Let's get into some talk about NFL coaches as we get a little bit closer to camps. OTA still happening in the NFL, and I want to get into to some NFL coaches on the hot seat. See if you have any other guys that are not on these lists. If you have any guys that you think are crazy that are on the list that you think should be on the hot seat that you think aren't on the hot seat. So we'll go through some names here. Some different coaches that are probably getting closer and closer to the hot seat And we'll start with a name in Miami. Mike McDaniel in Miami has taken a team and has built somewhat of an identity, has taken this Miami team and made them competitive every year. However, he's in a little too deep now. He's in, he makes a big trade for Tyreek Hill, or he's part of the team that makes a big trade for Tyreek Hill. And now Tyreek Hill's coming up to that back end of the contract that's loaded, that they probably don't want to keep. And we don't know if is last year a anomaly or is Tyreek Hill over the hill and maybe he's not going to be the guy. You have a quarterback that you are now very attached to if you're Mike McDaniel. In Tua, you fought for him and kept him as your quarterback. They gave him a big payday, and you need to keep him on the field. You've also kind of hit the cap wall in Miami that your window was probably a year or two ago. You haven't quite figured it out. The running back position, you keep finding guys, but you can't keep them healthy. And things always feel a piece or two away from Mike McDaniel. I'm a fan of Mike McDaniel, but we know in the NFL, if you don't produce results, times start to go a little bit harder. And for Mike McDaniel, if he's on that edge of a playoff team again that maybe just gets knocked out of the playoffs, is Mike McDaniel on the hot seat to you, Matt?
Look, Mike McDaniel is probably my favorite coach in the NFL. So it's hard for me to say that. I mean, I understand the reasons that he's projected to be on the hot seat because they haven't gotten over the top I guess he's been there 3-4 years now, and they haven't really taken the next step. I think it's hard to blame him for a lot of that stuff, though, because the majority of it, in my opinion, is due to injury. Because when Tua keeps getting knocked out of games, you don't have your starting quarterback, what are you supposed to do? I get that you fought for Tua and you want him to be your quarterback and you're attached to him, but injuries are out of a head coach's control. I think they've done a very good job of assembling a very talented roster. Even when they're perceived to be down offensively last year, they were still a really good offense. It's a very innovative, exciting offense to watch. I think if they fired Mike McDaniel after this year, it would be a monumental mistake. It's just like the injuries have played a role in this team's downfall almost every single year. And when you're sitting across from a team like Buffalo in your division who really hasn't had a whole lot of these issues and they're constantly competing for conference championships because they have one of the best rosters in football, it's difficult. But I think if they fire Mike McDaniel, he gets hired somewhere else and he just becomes an absolute superstar.
Yeah, so I think the problem with Mike McDaniel is that, and this is not him, because I'm with you. I've liked Mike McDaniel for a long time. I think he's a really good coach. He's a hilarious guy. But the reality is, so he makes the playoffs his first 2 years. They hadn't made the playoffs since 2018. He makes the playoffs his first year there, and he's able to, but he loses in the wild card round. They make the playoffs again in his second year, lose in the wild card round. Third year, they miss the playoffs. This is that test where I think he's also tied to their general manager, and that might kind of be a problem where it's not really his fault. But if they go ahead and move on from their general manager, then there's a chance that the new general manager wants his own coach. He wants his own quarterback. He wants his own things to kind of build from. And I don't know if Mike McDaniel would make it over that edge. That's where it seems like you got to at least make the playoffs. If you at least make the playoffs again, then even if they get rid of the general manager, maybe you get kept. But if you don't make the playoffs, even though I'm with you, it's injuries. But you as a coach didn't come out and say, all right, we got to get rid of Tua, or I got to find another guy, or we got to do this. You didn't come out and say we need, and that's where it's going to get stuck, and coaches get stuck to quarterbacks. And right now he's stuck to Tua. And so if Tua's hurt, that's just not good for Mike McDaniel. Whether it's fair or not, that's where it's going to end up on him. So I think his seat is warm. I don't think it's too hot, but I think it's warm that if he doesn't make the playoffs, he could be a casualty of the Dolphins trying to enter a new world, trying to reform their cap, and he just gets cut with everything else. And while it's probably not, they're basically saying we're not going to compete next year or maybe the year after as we get our cap situation back in. We're going to trade Tyreek Hill. We're going to try and get a bunch of picks. And we don't see you being our coach in 3 years. So we're just going to move on from you now. Whether that's right or not, completely different discussion. But I do think he might be on the hot seat.
Yeah. Well, just real quick about his playoff losses.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very understandable argument. You lose in the wild card both years. The first year is to the Bills.
Yep.
Who have been a standard in the NFL over the last 5 years at this point. The second loss in 2023 was to the Chiefs, who won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So you've just gotten a really unlucky draw in the playoffs in those 2 years, and then last year you get an unlucky draw because of the injuries. So I think if you're Mike McDaniel and your team stays healthy and you have a good season and you don't run into the Chiefs or the Bills in the wild card, like they went 11-6 and made the wild card, which is kind of crazy in my opinion. But that's just because of the way the seeding worked, and that's unlucky in itself. But if you can avoid one of those two teams in the first round in the wild card, then you have a chance to win a playoff game. So I don't know. I think the Dolphins can be very good this year, and I think that he'll be fine. But if he misses the playoffs again and they're healthy, then I think you can start to have a conversation.
Yeah, no, and again, like I'm with you. I this is again kind of like when we talked about Tibbs. I think the sports world moves faster than most of us want it to a lot of times, and that's why I think his seat is warm. I think he's had a lot of bad luck in his first couple years, and part of that may continue with him not keeping his job just because it's all bad luck. I agree with you too. I think someone else is going to hire him, and he'll be really, really, really good. What the hope would be is that the Texans would just be like, "Do you want to be an OC for a year?" And like, we'll be awesome. But I don't think that would happen. Our next coach, this will be year 4 for Mike McCarthy. By the way, someone who's going into year 3, but it has not gone well. Shane Steichen with the Colts. We'll have to throw into this. Jim Irsay's passing probably plays into this a little bit because now you're going to have different powers in charge where Irsay maybe would want to just be calm and everything else. There could be other powers, or it could enter into where no one wants to make a move. So that somewhat falls into it now. But the whole Anthony Richardson debacle and the fact they have not moved on from it, again, quarterbacks and coaches get paired together, and it could be the undoing. Now they brought in Daniel Jones. Chris Ballard has been the GM there for a long time, and Steichen may be a scapegoat at the end of the day. I think, again, he's a talented play caller. But how bad this Colts team has been, do you think that Shane Steichen may be on the hot seat?
I think he is. And I think 17-17 in 2 seasons is not good.
No.
In
a bad division.
In a bad division. And your inability to develop a guy that your team spent a top 10 draft pick on, whether that's right to put on the head coach or not, whether Anthony Richardson should have been drafted that high is irrelevant, because he's the guy that they put in Shane Steichen's hands to develop, and he's been unable to do it. And if head coaches are tied to quarterbacks, you got to show some progress with that quarterback regardless. And he hasn't done it. I think Anthony Richardson's probably just gotten worse. And whether or not that's all on Shane Steichen, I don't know. But I think that the Colts are in a position where they just need to clean house completely. Like
restart.
New head coach, new quarterback, new coordinators, new everything. Maybe a new GM, although Ballard's been there for forever, like you said, so maybe that's not in the cards. But at least from that down, with the head coach and the coaching staff and the top players and all that stuff, it just needs to be scrubbed and started over, because what they have right now is not a winnable situation.
Yeah, so Chris Ballard's been there since 2017. It feels like longer, but he's been there since 2017.
That's almost 10 years.
But it does feel like he's been, because he has been kind of the central point of a lot of things, where a lot of GMs, maybe the ownership takes a point, Jim Irsay kind of took the step back and let Chris Ballard handle a lot of that. But yeah, I just don't know. I think he's on the hot seat. I think they'll probably give him another year, but that it does depend on what, his daughters or Jim Irsay's daughters are now running things, how much they let the presidents do it, how much of it changes to this wasn't our guy anyway, or this is our guy, and we think that it's time to move on from Shane Steichen. I think what draft pick they have is definitely going to go into it, because if you have the number 1 overall pick or number 2, then you have the conversation, is Shane Steichen the guy we want to develop our next quarterback? If you have the number 12 pick, number 10 pick, you're just good enough but not there. Like, well, I don't want this guy here, because now, he can't get it done with the players we have, and we're not getting a top guy either that he's going to develop or anything. So we'll just bring somebody else in who has a plan for us a little bit more than what he's been able to do. The whole, quarterback competition thing, I don't know if that's Ballard or Steichen, but it seems like it's not going to work. The old saying, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. I do like this one. Robert saying, how about Miami get their coach fired and then have a terrible season, and Arch Manning goes to Miami with Ewers as his backup? It seems like a fun little trend for Texas fans. I don't think they will have that bad of a season. They still have a pretty good team there.
Yeah, that there's no way that, unless everybody gets hurt.
Yeah, unless things go really, really downhill, I do not see it happening. All right, this guy has to be on the hot seat, right? Our next coach is Brian Daboll from the New York Giants. Brian Daboll has been with the Giants now since 2022. He came in as the hotshot quarterback whisperer who made Josh Allen so good, and everybody thought he was going to do a lot of things. And he gets Daniel Jones, and they think, well, Daniel Jones is a poor man's Josh Allen, and we're going to have a poor man's Buffalo Bills, and everything will be poor man's. And when I say poor, I mean poor. I mean like Tiny Tim poor. It is going to be bad. It is going to be awful, and Brian Daboll make it work. And there's nothing you can do. You're also in a division where you've had to play a really good Eagles team. Then last year, the Commanders got good, and the Cowboys are at least respectable sometimes. And so,
well, yeah, I mean, they were 12-5 the 2 years before last year, so they were really good.
They were good. Come on, it's not they're really on there. Good, they were good. But Brian Daboll hasn't been able to get it done. Now he gets a quarterback, and it feels like this is Jackson Dart or bust for Brian Daboll. If he's able to make him win some games and look promising, then he can continue being a quarterback whisperer. And now you don't want to get rid of him, even if it's a 6-win season. But Jackson Dart starts to look good. Well, we don't want to get rid of the guy who's making Jackson Dart play well. We'll put other pieces around him. We need to help him out now. But if Jackson Dart doesn't get in, Jackson Dart's not ready to go, Jackson Dart throws a bunch of picks and is not able to make connections downfield, it feels like Brian Daboll's on the hot seat, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's probably of all of the coaches on this list that we're going to go through, he probably has the hottest seat. The Giants do not want to be a bottom dweller, even though, since the Eli Manning years, they have just been a perpetual bottom dweller. And even when they had Eli Manning, they weren't really that good. They just got hot in the playoffs. So, it's really hard to see him making it past this year unless Jackson Dart comes out and has like a, I don't want to say Jaden Daniels type year, because I don't think that that's going to happen again anytime soon. But if he comes out and plays
Bo Nix like year,
if he comes out and plays like Bo Nix or CJ Stroud in his rookie year, something like that, then maybe you can have the conversation like, okay, we're starting to turn things around. We just need to get a couple more pieces in here, and this thing can work. Barring like an offensive rookie of the year type year from Jackson Dart, or at least close to it, it's really hard to build a case for Brian Daboll to stick around.
No, I like Brian Daboll. I don't think he's a bad coach, but he's been put in a very hard situation and hasn't done a lot with it. And, sometimes you got to cut your losses, move on, go back, be a coordinator for a year or two, and then take your next opportunity. He should probably get another opportunity at some point, but he's got to go figure out if he can go make somebody else and get that quarterback whisperer frame back in mind, because Daniel Jones took all that away.
Yeah, and one thing that I think that this particularly applies to the Giants and probably to the Colts as well, and probably another team we're going to talk about next too, is sometimes to really make a change, it's not just about recycling head coaches.
Yeah.
It's about having a complete organizational makeover.
Yeah.
Like the Commanders did.
Yeah, they went full on.
That's the kind of level that like the Jets, the Giants, the Colts, teams like that are on, is they need a complete organizational makeover or it's not going to work. And you can bring in the best offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator in the league who has all of these attributes to lead a franchise. But if you still have the wrong decision makers, bringing in the wrong people and all of these different things, it's not going to work. And that's what's been happening to Brian Daboll in New York, is like, they just don't have a good organization, and has not been a good organization since Eli Manning. And there's no way to fix that until you change all those pieces.
All right. Well, let's look at our next coach. Hot seat, Kevin Stefanski over there in Cleveland. He is 40-44 in his years as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. He's been there since 2020. There's been issues. He's had some years where he made the playoff with Joe Flacco. Looks like things are headed back in the right direction. The Deshaun Watson thing really can't be blamed for that, because that's a decision that comes in well above his head. But the fact that it's all fallen apart and Deshaun Watson can't even get on the field, you had the whole blow up with Odell Beckham Jr., and it's just the tenure of Kevin Stefanski has not gone according to plan. How hot is the seat for Kevin Stefanski?
I mean, he's right there with Brian Daboll, in my opinion. His seat might actually be hotter because there's no way out of this. Even if Shedeur Sanders is your day one starter and he has a really good season, you're still probably 3-14. And the rest of your roster is just so bad outside of Myles Garrett and probably Mason Graham and maybe Quinshaw Judkins, that there isn't a legitimate way out of this situation outside of a complete organizational shakeup. And that's why it's the same situation as Brian Daboll or Shane Steichen. It's an impossible situation. He's pushing a boulder uphill, and more boulders are falling on his head as he's doing it. And it's unfortunate, because I think he is a really good football coach.
But I mean, now he gets Shedeur Sanders, so he should be good, right?
No.
All right, I'm telling Dion you said no.
Dion also just came out and said that all this stuff that was said about his son by every franchise in the NFL that interviewed him was a lie.
Dion says a lot of things. I think that, Zach Taylor, he has to be on the hot seat because, again, I think he may last another year, because now it depends. It depends what pick they get. This one completely depends on what pick they get, because
you mean
not Zach Taylor, sorry, Kevin Stefanski. I think it could last one more year, because I don't think if they are good enough to not get that top pick, and they're not in the Arch Manning or, somebody else to get in that sweepstakes, they may give him another year and say, okay, now we're officially going to cut bait with Deshaun after next year, and you're gone with him, and we're doing a complete overhaul that year, and we're getting rid of a lot of people. And so in 2 years is when we're really going to go for it. I think once you once you start paying out massive top of the line contracts on the defensive end of the ball, you probably should try and make that run quicker. But they don't seem to be making the acquisitions. They didn't pay the extra price to go get Kirk Cousins because they didn't think that he was going to be the guy. Now they got Shedeur Sanders, which is that your guy? But look, I'd say get 16 guys out there, put one out every week and see who wins a game. It doesn't feel like that's a worse approach than they've had in years past, but definitely a hot seat there. But speaking of Zach Taylor, he's also on our list of guys that may be in a hot seat for Zach Taylor. They were 9-8 in 2024. He's 51-54-1 as a coach of the Bengals. He has turned them around. He has brought them to a Super Bowl. But we know Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator, he was hot S. Everybody loved Lou Anarumo when he was able to get Patrick Mahomes messed up, and then that all fell apart. And now everything seems to be falling apart, and now they paid all of this money to Joe Burrow and to Jamar Chase and to T. Higgins. And they're paying all this money on the offensive end of the ball. And so Zach Taylor's got to put up 60 points a game. And he's losing one-score games, and owners don't like losing one-score games. What does he have to do this year to keep his job with the Cincinnati Bengals? We know his seat's warm because everyone is in Cincinnati. They don't want to pay anybody. What does Zach Taylor got to do to keep his job in Cincinnati?
I think he has to make the playoffs and win a game. I don't think he should be on the hot seat because he's taken them to a Super Bowl. He's won 2 division titles. He got them to the AFC title game in 2022. And they've had injury issues, and their defense has been an absolute disaster. He's in charge of the offense, and the offense is one of the best in the NFL. So I think
he's a head coach. He's in charge of the defense.
Well, yes.
Whether he wants to be or not, he is.
Right, but I think that if you're going to fix this Cincinnati situation, it's not going to be by firing Zach Taylor. It's going to be by firing your defensive coordinator and bringing in somebody new and investing on the defensive side of the ball. If they can do that, then I think that they can turn things around extremely quickly. But if they're unwilling to do that, then they're going to probably have the same kind of, problems over the next couple of years. Zach Taylor is going to get blamed for it, even though his offense is scoring 40 points a game.
Yeah.
But
if he just wants to handle the offense, fine. Hire him as the offensive coordinator and go get, if you can't handle both sides of the football, this is a criticism I'll put on D'Amico Ryans. If you can't handle both sides of the football, you're not a head coach. The head coach wants to make sure everything works. Now that means having the right defensive coordinator. That means making sure your players show up and do what they do. That means talking to ownership. It's part of the job. You can't just say, I only handle this side, and that's fine. But if you're letting everything go bad, that's your job. You're still part of your job.
Well, I don't disagree with you. But, Steve Sarkisian doesn't have very much to do with the offense at Texas. With the defense at Texas.
No, but...
And they're fine.
Because he's put the right people over there.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that Zach Taylor needs to go out and find a defensive coordinator.
Yes.
And that's how he fixes this. It's not, all of the blame cannot be placed on him in this situation, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
Also put it this way. If Zach Taylor goes, I need to have 70, 80% of our salary cap on my side of the football. That's his fault. The defense sucks because he said, I need everybody on offense. Your offense should be better than everybody. If you're 80% of your cap is going to offense, it should be better. So, if you want to put it that way, but that's he's making some of these, he's part of some of these decisions.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm trying to find, here it is. Okay, so last season, Cincinnati lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of their 8 losses were in one-score games.
Yes.
I don't think that's going to be the case this year. I think that they win at least half of those games. If they're in a bunch of one-score games, they probably win the median, which is half. And then we're not even having this conversation.
No, I'm with you. But what does he have to do? That's what I'm asking you. What does he have to do to get himself in a position where this is not a conversation anymore? Is this he has to figure out a way to get that defense to be not bottom of the barrel? Because right now you said pay T. Higgins, don't pay Trey, don't pay my defensive end, pay my second wide receiver. That's part of his decision. So if that defense is garbage and they throw for 9,000 yards, great, but you better win some of those one-score games.
Yeah, that's how he keeps his job, is he wins half the one-score games.
Yeah.
And they go 12-4 instead of 9-8.
All right, a couple more I'll throw at you. Todd Bowles has been the coach there in Tampa Bay since 2022. He was a defensive coordinator there 2019 to 2021. We know, of course, everything went down with Tom Brady being over there and then not wanting certain coaches to be coaches anymore. And so Todd Bowles takes over and is your head coach. But he has basically run this defense. They've had a bunch of different offensive coordinators. Guys keep getting hired out of there. Most recently, Liam Cohen getting hired out of Tampa Bay. Before that, we had the guy who went to Carolina, whose name is escaping me right now. But they are changing coaches, offensive side of the ball year after year. Todd Bowles is doing well. He's winning his division, but it doesn't feel like this team is super competitive. Is his seat really hot, or in Tampa Bay, they won a Super Bowl recently enough, we're all okay with it?
Well, he's not responsible for that Super Bowl, so...
Well, I agree with that.
So it's like, I don't think that can be a part of the conversation.
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think that he is the coach, the guy. I'm simply saying because the franchise won a Super Bowl, maybe they're not as hungry to be like, we have to be right back in the Super Bowl picture right away.
Maybe, but he's won 3 division titles. That's a good thing. You want to win your division. They've also lost in the first round the last 3 years in the wild card, and they've gone 8-9, 9-8, 10-7. And the 10-7 and 9-8 seasons are, of his 7 seasons as a full-time head coach, the only 2 of 3 times that he's gone above 500. So, and you could even argue the Jets one in 2015, his first year, that wasn't really his team.
Yeah.
Because he inherited that team. So if you erase that one, 2 of his last 6 seasons, he's been above 500 by a total of 4 games. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard to fire a coach if you continue to win your division. Like there's no good teams in the NFC South.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside of Tampa Bay. So if you just continue to beat up that division and win and continue to win it, then when's the last time a head coach was fired after winning his division?
It's probably been a minute.
So I agree his seat should be hot because they have not been extremely good over his 3 years, but the only way that you have a way of firing him, I think, is if you lose the division to Atlanta or Carolina or New Orleans.
Yeah.
How is that going to happen?
If you leave, Dave Canales is the guy who's the head coach over in Carolina now, who came from Tampa Bay. If you lose to him, then they're like, well, we should have just hired Dave Canales.
Yeah.
He's
the only way that this happens and they move on from him is if he somehow manages to fumble the division.
All right, I'm with you on that one. And then the hardest one, we know the seat is at least warm. Namon Roberts brought it up earlier. Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin has been with Pittsburgh since 2007. He has a record of 183 and 107 and 2 in the regular season, but the 8-11 in the playoffs is where people start to get on him. It's been a while since he's won games in the playoffs. He keeps getting them back, but they're kind of in that hell of mediocrity where they can never get over the top of it. His defenses are somewhat underperforming now too. It just feels like they're not moving the right direction. Yes, that is partly because the offense cannot put it together. They made a move for DK Metcalf. They're talking to some other players right now. The Aaron Rodgers thing is still out there. It's still out there that Aaron Rodgers is expected to be at this point the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. What does Mike Tomlin have to do? Is it a foregone conclusion? You win the playoffs, you're above 500, you keep your job for now because we're not giving you the resources? Or is there a line in the sand at some point for Mike Tomlin?
I think there has to be a line in the sand somewhere. I mean, I know they were 10-7 the last 2 years, which in a really tough division is okay. But he's been there for, is this his 18th season?
something like that. So, 2007. So
his first season was 2007.
Yeah.
He's had, let's see, he's never had a losing season.
Nope.
He's won a Super Bowl, but that was in 2008.
Yeah, been a minute.
So your last Super Bowl was 17 years ago. At what point do you just say, okay, like, you've had 17 years to win us another one of these things. It's time. Like, we can't keep, we get it. We appreciate everything you've done. You're an awesome guy. We think you're one of the best head coaches that we've ever had in the history of this franchise. A lot of people think you're the best head coach in the NFL for some reason. I don't understand why. But we have to think about the future of our franchise. And do we see you being here 5 years from now going 10-7, 9-8, 10-7, 9-8, 11-6, you know, mix and match those records with any year. It doesn't matter. Like, are you ever going to be able to get us back over the hump? And the answer is, I don't know. The problem that Mike Tomlin has had over the last few years is they haven't had a quarterback. So maybe if you get him a quarterback who can win you some games, things start to change. But even in the last couple of years of Ben Roethlisberger and beyond, they just haven't had anybody. Yeah. And that's an organizational problem before anything else. But when you're trotting Mason Rudolph and Russell Wilson and
Justin
probably
Fields,
40-something-year-old Aaron Rodgers out this year, Justin Fields, there's some names in there. Will Howard, maybe, like some names in there that I can't even remember at this point.
Like good old Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett. Like, if you give the guy a quarterback, then maybe we have this conversation. We can have a conversation about him having a future. But if you're unwilling to do that, it's just going to be the same thing year after year after year. You're going to keep running the treadmill of mediocrity, and you're just going to be okay. And are they fine with being okay in Pittsburgh? I don't think so. It's one of the most historic franchises in the NFL. They want to win Super Bowls.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, they're going to become, if this continues this way, at a certain point, they're going to become the Dallas Cowboys.
No, and I think that the reality sits on, I think you bring in Aaron Rodgers, and that is your poison pill. That right there is, hey, man, you win with Aaron Rodgers, and we're all happy, and you made it work, and you were a way to find it to make this work. Or you have Aaron Rodgers out there, things go so badly, it finally all falls apart and blows up in your face, and we can all walk away from the gigantic explosion that was Aaron Rodgers coming on this team. And you're gone. Everybody, we just restart everything now. We say new era. Let's be bad for like 2 years, get some new players in here, and we'll be awesome. And then we'll be back up on our positive.
I don't have an emotional connection to Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
But I don't want to see his career end the same way that Mac Brown's did.
No, I don't either. But I think we're well past that point.
But like, even what I'm saying is like, don't let him go 6-11 and, you know, go out on this horrible season and you know, end his tenure.
I don't think it's 6-11. I think it's just like they go 9-8, but it is a S show from front to back. Aaron Rodgers is pissed. Everybody hates everybody, and it's time to part ways.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Just don't bring in Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, they're bringing in Aaron Rodgers. It's happening.
I know they probably will. But if I was the one making the decisions, I would say no. I have more respect for Mike Tomlin than to put that onto him. And I think that whether or not we have Aaron Rodgers, we're probably still going to go 9-8.
Look, I'll say this. Maybe the thought is we're going to put in Aaron Rodgers, and he's going to win us some games.
I think that's some very misplaced thinking on the Steelers' behalf.
All right. There's some coaches for us on the hot seat. We're going to take our break. We come back. We'll get to our meathead of the day and hand you off to some Texas softball coming up tonight. We'll take this quick break here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samson.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
You see covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
All right, back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping things up on a Wednesday afternoon. Come on, Will the Thrill Howard plays for the Steelers. Rob Babers just call him Will Spill the Pill Howard. Yeah, Will Howard. He's a late pick. He was a late pick for the Steelers. It was not an early round pick for them. As we go, let's get to our meathead of the day real quick. This is just a quick video file I saw. I'm asking, this is a New York Giants talking to an Eagles fan, Matt, but I want to see if you believe in what he says.
New York Giants.
Is it true that Eagles fans are actually not smart? Not no bullshit. I know you're one of them, so I get it. 2.2, I get it.
What do you?
There are statistics that you guys are literally.
I mean, can
This came on Thibodeau asking Kevin Hart, who is a Philly guy, who also then claimed to be a Giants guy, but he's claimed to be a lot of things. But he is. He asked him, are Philly fans actually dumb? They've done studies, and apparently you guys are really dumb. Are Philly fans just dumber than the rest of the league?
I'm going to go with yes. I think they are. I mean, if you've ever been to a game, like a Cowboys game against the Eagles, and you see the Philly fans walking around and interact with the Philly fans, it's a special breed of human being. The only other situation I've been in that's similar was I went to a Cowboys Raiders game in Oakland, the final year in Oakland, and I've never been so afraid in my life. But that was the only thing that came close. Philly fans are just weird, man. And that's what makes this so frustrating that they're so good, is that the fan base of every fan base in the NFL that doesn't deserve a good football team, it's Philadelphia, because 90% of that fan base is just absolute trash.
Yeah. I'm not going to defend him. I'm not going to defend him on that. Let's get real quick. Let's hit the Texas softball game. I tried to look at a line for this. It's even, man. It's an even line. They betting odds. They're not going to take a side in this one. It's going to be a good game tonight. Who's your prediction for winning the game tonight? Texas versus Texas Tech.
It's a 3-game series, right?
Best of 3.
Best of 3. I guess I'm going to go with Texas just because I really don't know anything about softball.
Oh, Tegan Kavan going to be pitching for Texas, and then they got this Kennedy girl for Texas Tech who's pitched all their pitches here at the Oklahoma City Women's College World Series.
Her arm's going to wear down, right?
They paid for the rumors are they paid her $1 million to come there to pitch. She's apparently a heck of a talent there, Matt. So
is she going to start all 3 games?
Well, I mean, they're hoping to win in 2. Is what they're hoping for.
But
in
if it
softball,
goes 3,
you can pitch. Yeah, I mean, you can pitch a lot in softball. It's not like baseball. It's very different. The arm doesn't wear down as much. You can go and
I don't know. We'll go with Texas just because.
There you go. I like Texas. It. I'm going with Texas too. That game's at 7:00 over on ESPN if you want to watch that one. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll mention some about that. We'll talk some more college football, basketball, all the good stuff, NFL, whatever else happens in the world of sports. We'll talk about it tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more